Master. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone, this is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the final leg at this year, and we do have 6 rounds, which means that this is the final day when we have all the participants together. From tomorrow, we're gonna have few players. And I am Women Grandmaster Tsatsalashvili. This is Grandmaster Robert Hess, and I am so happy to have this journey with big chess specialist and analytic. Robert, what do you think? How many games will be decisive today, and how many games will be tomorrow tiebreakers?
Wow, asking me the most difficult questions first. First of all, hi, great to see you. Great to be back on the show with you. But to answer your question, I think we're going to get I'm going to go with 3 groups heading to tie breaks tomorrow because all groups are tied at the top for the moment. So I think we'll get 3 tie break matchups tomorrow.
This is even possible to have it all the groups into the tie breaks, but all the actions goes today. We're going to see the games starting in few minutes, in just 7 minutes. But before that, let's take a very quick recap of the round 5, as we had a very important round. Robert, the players were at the starting point when all of them had very similar points, but we had some of a very important and decisive results yesterday.
Yes, Levon, he painted a masterpiece with that win over Andrei Yesipenko. It was some great opening preparation. Andrei didn't even know it was coming because he didn't even know he was supposed to play Levon, let alone with the black pieces. So that was a huge win from Levon Aronian. And Ketty, Hikaru Nakamura, I mean, the way he won that game, a little advantage turning into an end game, that was wonderful to see.
This is the second game when Hikaru Nakamura wins the game in the end game, when he has slightly better advantage. The first match was against Aronian, and the things got really ugly for Levon. And then we had game against Oparin, also slightly better position in the end game, but Nakamura outplayed him really badly. And then we have another group's leader here, Sam, scored another point, and very important point also. He beat Pretke, and the game was really incredible. He totally outplayed his opponent and gave no chance to Pretke.
Yeah, really a wonderful game from Sam Shanklin. So he is atop his group, as you mentioned, with Wesley So. So, Ketty, when you look at today's matchups, and you already asked me how many games are going to be decisive, how many tiebreak matchups will we see tomorrow? We look at the pairings, the player scores underneath their name here. What do you expect today?
I expect that Yesipenko is well prepared against Nakamura, and he prepared 2 days in a row, if not 3 days, as he also used to use a day off. And we saw his interview after the game. There was a bit of shock for everyone, but he is now with white pieces against Nakamura, and maybe he hopes to stop him. Oparin against Aronian is also very interesting. Oparin lost yesterday, but we know that how good he is playing and how good is his chances. And also the other groups, I don't know what's going to happen. What should we expect here? Also, Dominguez and Kemar. Remember this end game? Dominguez had a really good chance to win and outplay Kemar in the end game, but this never happened. Today is another chance for these 2 players. They both have a very good chance to qualify from this group, as well as Mamedyarov in Group B. He plays Dubov today, and what happens in other groups, C and D? Any predictions in these matchups?
Group C in particular, we have players with the lead getting the white pieces against two disappointed players who lost yesterday. I think that Wesley So has to be the favorite in Group C. He's the high-rated player in his matchup. Maxime with the black piece against Sam. That's going to be a hard one for Sam to win. And then in Group D, I think Anish Giri, he's playing the lowest rated player in the entire event. He gets the white pieces, and Yu Yang Yi and Vitz Hugo, that's a toss-up. I'm actually very excited about that game. I think both players will fight to the bitter end as they want a chance to make it to the knockout.
Robert, as we mentioned at the beginning, this is the final chance for many of the participants. Out of 16, we're going to have only 4. And those are going to be the winners of each group. We are very likely to see also tiebreakers tomorrow, but at this point, we're going to lose some of them. And this is the final Grand Prix before the candidates tournament. All the information you guys can check out to go.chess.com/events GP 2022. And also don't forget to vote, because this is really important to vote to your favorite player and let us know who you're rooting to. So for the vote, you can go to chess.com/event, navigate to the tournament, select the game, and click vote. Don't forget that this only lasts for first 10 moves and you don't have much of the time. You can do this right now. But before that, we are going to take a short break and come back really soon, as the game's gonna start within just 3 minutes. So guys, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix, and we're waiting for the first moves to be happened. And Robert, I always ask you, how many E4s, how many D4s or C4s going to happen today? And we do have the same question as usually. Do you think at this point they will go some crazy lines and they will use some of their secrets?
I think they should, because it's now or never for some of these players. And yesterday we saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave play D4 against Wesley So. That was a surprise. It backfired. And the opening moves are off. So I don't even need to answer your question because the players are letting their moves do the talking. For example, we see Grigori Oparin. He's choosing D4 against Levon Aronian. And as we look to the bird's eye view, we'll see just how many of each. I see a couple D4s in the top right. I see an E4 in the bottom left, but looks like more D4s. Oh, it is
it's a tie, 4-4, yeah.
So maybe I should have just used the cop-out answer of saying, it's going to be a split. That would have been the best way to go.
Yeah, they're going to the main openings in here. We don't see yet any crazy things happening, but we don't see the move from Predke after E4. Wesley played E4, and we don't have his move yet. So probably he's taking his time to find out. He should not be surprised by Wesley's first move E4.
No, hard to be surprised by that move. And the most interesting games to start with that I'm seeing here is top left, Grigori Oparin against Levon Aronian. They're entering a Catalan position. And then right next to that, it may not seem interesting, but Andrei Yesepenko against Hikaru Nakamura, second from the left in the top row. The bishop's opening. You don't see this move order that frequently. So I'm wondering if Andrei's 3 days of preparation are being put to use at an early stage.
That's what he wanted to play yesterday, but they didn't allow Andrei to play against Nakamura. And now we're going to know what is his preparation, what he is hiding. Robert, I asked you about this question about secrets, if they are going to show up that, because I saw some of the interviews, and for instance, Duda said that he has some of the lines that he's not going to show up before the candidates tournament. And I have this kind of feeling that maybe Aronian also thinks that he's somewhere there and he doesn't want to show too much, but we already have seen so many new moves in the openings by Levon.
Well, for Levon, there's a difference between Duda and Levon, is that Jan Krzysztof Duda, he's already made the candidate, so he can save it up all he wants. For Levon, he needs to win his group right now. Otherwise, in all likelihood, he is not going to Madrid in the summer, because Ding Liren is performing extremely well, 3 out of 3 in the quadruple round robin he's participating in. So it looks like Ding Liren will find a way to get all the games he needs to make it by rating. But Keddy, right now we see that we had a Catalan in this one between Oparin and Aronian here, where after G3, he said, I will take up the cause here. I will take this pawn on C4, and then quickly play C5. So these lines can be very sharp.
It is very sharp, but White chose the way. He went to grab the C4 pawn by the queen. And I'm a Catalan player, and I know that when Black chooses this way, there is very slim chances for White to get any advantage. And Black very, very fast occupies C file by the rook and then tries to trade the pieces. And it's really hard to find there any advantage.
Yeah, this position may seem like Black can keep taking pawns with C takes D4, but you need to be nervous, everybody, if there's a queen pinning your knight. It's not even knight E5, which piles pressure on the pin piece. It's knight takes D4. This is a known variation where if you think you're going to take a piece, after bishop takes C6 check, you don't want to take on C6. That's for sure, because after queen takes C6 here, you win the rook in the corner and White goes up material.
Yeah, instead of taking on C6, you can play still bishop D7 and try to pin this bishop and go to the line where there are more pieces traded. Here after bishop d7, you have to be careful not to capture it with the knight and not to be too greedy to guard your c4 pawn by the queen, because you will fall for rook d1 a move, and that's not what you want to do here. So we might see here the variation of bishop trades, then queen d7, and too many pieces are trading here in this variation. That's why it is a bit peaceful line. But in the line, what we have now on the board, Robert, here, black goes b5, very interesting move, and it seems like this pawn is not hanging. If you take queen to b5, then black can take it walks into this pin, and black can take pawn on d4, and it turns out that black is just fine, even though there is a pawn on c5 isolated. It might look a bit weak, but yeah, black can be still okay here.
Yeah, tactically speaking, this is a problem for white because the queen is now under attack by two separate pieces, and the knight also puts pressure on e2. If you think you're just going to defend that pawn, then the black bishop goes out to b5, and this is very bad news for white, losing this pawn on e2, and for no reason. You're just down material. So that's why in the game, after b5, the queen slid back to d3, and here Levon plays c4, and after queen d1, Ketty, the one thing I'll say is that this is the exact type of position you want if you're playing for a win. I believe that Levon wants to win this game. He doesn't want to hold a draw with black, see Hikaru maybe hold a draw and go to tie breaks. No, I believe that he wants to beat Oparin, who lost yesterday's game, and that's why he went for this variation.
I agree with that, Robert, because if he makes draw here, he makes draw in here and Hikaru wins, there's no any other chance for Levon, and for him, Grand Prix will be over. So this is not the best scenario for him. That's why he's still keeping as much pieces on the board as possible. For white, it is a little bit challenging to play so many moves by the queen. Queen a4, queen c4, queen d3, queen d1. I never liked that, and I was always complaining this to my coach that I don't want to play so much moves by my queen. But by all this maneuvering here, what white can get in the future is the center. White can start to fight here in the center, trying to push e4 next move, and then try to develop the pieces on the king side. There's also this diagonal open, like knight d5, e5 can be somewhere there. And then you can always challenge queenside pawns by a4 and b3. So this is white's ideas in here, and black has to first go against all these threats, or black can also try to put up his plans on the queen side, as now Levon is doing, just developing the rook. Then he will develop the bishop castle, and maybe we're gonna see some sort of like pawn pushes on the queen side, like b4, a5 next.
Yeah, no, this is not a balanced position. By material, it's even. There only have been a single pawn traded for each side. But as Ketty was just talking about, black's up a pawn. We like to cut the board. And I know our handy producer, he can do anything. So he can cut this board. And here we're not going to cut it at the D file. We're going to cut it through the C file, because that's where black has an extra pawn. So if we can shift that bar just a little bit, to the C. Oh, look at how quickly that happened. And you see this, black has an extra pawn. So Ketty's point is that while white may try to strike in the center with e4 at some moment, black will try to use that extra pawn, push up the board, and white will have to deal with that. It's much easier for black to create a pass pawn than it will be for white.
Yes, that's true. And what we mentioned earlier, Robert, Levon chose the line when black can fight for a win in the Catalan opening, because Catalan is very, very solid opening, and things can go on white's way unless you have this center. And now Aronian has c4 pawn, and he is hoping for this pawn to be very useful and to get more space advantage. They are playing quite fast in here, but I'm so curious what is happening the other game in this group, as Esipenko played early, bishop to c4. Let's bring the bird's eye view now and check out what is happening. Do you see queen on f3? He tried to checkmate Hikaru on f7.
Oh gosh, he did indeed. But Hikaru was not going to be fooled. This wasn't an online bullet game where you're pre-moving. He essentially play this bishop's opening, and black goes knight to a5. So black has the time to do this because there's no knight on f3 attacking this pawn on e5, and the bishop cannot be saved. If you play bishop b5, black can just kick this bishop with a6, bishop a4, b5, and you're going back to a square where the knight can capture. So there's no point of trying to run away. So Katie, I used to play this from the white side growing up, and this move queen f3 followed by the knight coming to e2. It just is a sort of a clamp in the center, in particular the d5 square. So have you played it, faced it, and what are your thoughts about the imbalance of the bishop pair for black with the better pawn structure versus the control of the center for white?
Not really, but I am so curious what is happening in this opening, and also the pawn structure, because we don't see this in many openings. And Robert, also, can you please tell us what is the move queen f3? Because we do know that f3 square usually belongs to the knight, and knight goes on f3 instead of queen. But now Andrei decided to first develop the queen and then put the knight on e2.
Yeah, so he knows that black is going to take this pawn on this bishop on c4, and a pawn is going to land on the square. So once we have this setup, we know that we have control over d5. That's really what this position often comes down to. And the knight on f3, had we placed it there, it does attack this pawn on e5, but black doesn't just have to defend the pawn. Black can bring this bishop out to b4, as that pins this knight and threatens the e4 pawn. So if you don't want triple isolated pawns, you will defend this knight on c3, and then black can play d6. And here, the pressure on e4 will have to be dealt with. So white actually has to spend some time defending this pawn. And that's why in the start of the game, and by the way, this knight on f3 isn't the best piece, even though it's a natural square. So that's why queen f3 was played, because this knight that went to e2, perhaps later it will go to g3, and then into the square like f5. So you've, throughout this event, Ketty, have loved those knights going to e7 and g6 and e2 and g3. So that's one of the ideas in this position.
All right, Robert. And what do you think? Why Esipenko chose this not very common opening here against Nakamura, as you have also played these kind of openings, right? What is this little detail that Esipenko is now counting on?
Well, he wants the space, and he wants to get into a position that Hikaru hasn't studied deeply. If you look at the clocks right now, Hikaru hasn't spent that much time, but Andre has more time than he started with. Hikaru's starting to spend a few minutes here, a few minutes there. So it's clear that Hikaru was not thinking that this would happen in today's game. The position is okay for black. Don't be worried if you're a Hikaru fan out there, but it's just the start of a position. It's 8 moves in, nothing special as of yet, but how this game continues will be important. Should black play c6, or will that create a target on d6? If you don't play c6, will white eventually put a knight on d5? These are important questions, and white can also play h3, even consider expanding with g4. So the knights are better in a closed position. This position remains closed for now. We'll see if Hikaru can open it up later for his pair of bishops.
Mm-hmm. Robert, this is so interesting position, and also the opening and the game itself, but I can't get my eyes off from the other game as we're looking at this one. So let's bring the bird's eye view, and the game, which is so crazy to my eyes, is Sam Shankland and MV Hell. That's in Group C, left side down there. So many pieces are hanging, and they just started to play.
What the heck? What in the world? I mean, you told me, I didn't even look at the position. I just found their names on the drop down here. So, I'm on chess.com events. I click on it and I was taken aback. What is the material count? So white has 5 pawns. Black has 6 pawns. Does white have all of his pieces? 4 minor pieces?
Black
so
has 3.
White has up a piece for a pawn, but there's a fork of pieces here. There's a knight that's under attack, but not really under attack because there's a pin. The king on c1, it's castled, but is it safe? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I really wanted to see what was happening in Esipenko and Nakamura, but I always hit my eyes to this game because they are playing so fast and things got so ugly so soon. So let's take a look from the first move, and let's see how it is possible to reach this position.
I'm going to do a quick public service announcement. Don't try this at home, folks. This is clear that both of these players have prepared the line deeply. We're already 18 moves in the game. They both have more time than they started with. So let's go back to see how we got here. It was Maxime Vachier-Legrav's beloved Grunfeld defense. He plays it game after game when he faces d4. And Sam knew what was coming. So he plays knight c3. He brings knight to f3. And then plays this queen b3 line, forcing the action on the d5 square. So black takes. And Ketty, you were just talking about how in the Catalan, you don't like moving your queen a million times. Here was just the start of the queen's journey for Shanklin.
Yeah, this queen, as I remember, we have actually the position down here below my video. The queen is on h4, but it's now impossible to jump over the d4 pawn. So we have to see how it's possible to get this queen there on the other side of the board.
Okay, well, e4 played, a6, e5. This should remind you all of the game between Yu Yangyi and Anish Giri, where at some point it looked like Yu Yangyi had an advantage, but the game got completely wild, eventually ending in a draw with a repetition of checks. So b5, queen b3, knight fd7. We talked at that moment about the e6 move, and that's what Sam plays in this one, where he strikes, takes with the queen, and then that's how the queen, how many times it moved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the first 12 moves.
I remember that we were considering this move e6 because in the game, Yu Yangyi played knight g5 and he was threatening knight f7, e6. He was threatening e6. Giri went for knight b6 to avoid all these threats, and the game went crazy. But this is the move we were considering. It's not so good for white because, okay, you open up this diagonal, you give a check, but you're losing so much time by this queen. The black pieces are just coming over the board, and then white gonna have some problems on the king. So how come this is still possible here and Sam choose to go to here?
It's possible thanks to engines, thanks to theory. The knight came to b6 to defend this rook. Bishop e3, bishop f5. This is how the queen finally got to h4. It was kicked away from the e4 square. And now, knight c6, g4 by Sam. He is attacking this bishop. And look at this moment. He doesn't move the bishop. You could try to play a move like bishop to d7, then the bishop comes to g2, and there are all sorts of threats happening against the black king on this diagonal, and black doesn't have threats of his own. At least it doesn't look immediately like he does. So he instead chooses e5, and now things get just hectic. I mean, what else is there to say? Knight g5, stopping the queen trade, going for checkmate, pawn h6, gf5, e takes d4, and here we get to the game. Oops, sorry, castles queenside and queen e7, of course. Just in what does it say? Zeros? Nope, it's unsure. It's going it's getting more depth as we let it sit on the position. But the players, they've studied this with their super computers, their engines, and Kitty, it does look like Sam is the first one to think here.
Sam is the first one to think, that is sure, because he's like 4 minutes down than MVL, but he also knows this opening, as you cannot blitz out all these moves. It's impossible to blitz it out. It makes me feel that queen e7 is the move that has not been played before. So I'm gonna try to check out if there has been any games before this one and when it stopped.
Well, I'm actually being informed to answer that question, Ketty, that in this game, there's been a correspondence game, and there was the move bishop g2 played here, but then the game ended in a draw on the next move. So you know how I feel about draw offers. In a correspondence game, how are you offering a draw here? Come on, let's see it. But no, they have access to engines and correspondence chess often, and somehow bishop g2, draw, agreed.
This is insane. How can he agree here on a draw or offer a draw? So many pieces are hanging after bishop g2 even. Knight, white's knight and a bishop, another knight. Oh no.
So this knight here is pinned, hanging. Okay, well, Maxime has studied this. So he took the bishop. If bishop takes c6, now this rook is under attack. I imagine the rook will move because you don't want to lose that piece. And there's still this knight now hanging. Okay, we're you know what? I'm not even going to analyze. We're just going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I have to get the popcorn too for this game. We need that, because it is truly a joy to watch this game happening in real. And Robert, what do you think? Where is the draw? Is it like long game and then we have the equal end game, or there's a repetition? What do you think?
I don't even know where this rook should go right now, or if the rook should even move. Okay, rook b8. So that, of course, is the most natural move that everybody would play, bringing the rook behind a knight and a pawn. But the important part was the rook is on a safe square. If you went to c8, maybe at some point there was bishop b7, which could be a nuisance. So rook b8. Now, this knight is actually under attack because the bishop on e3 is gone, which means queen takes g5 is probably the next move. So how do you save your piece? You go knight f3. And after knight f3, I'm not trading queens because then I'm down a piece for real and knight is going to come to g6. I'll play this move queen c5 where I threaten to b4. This bishop is hanging. This pawn is hanging a bunch of different ways. Maybe there's bishop takes c3 at the right moment. There's knight a4 coming. It says zeros, okay? It just says completely equal. And to my eyes, it looks like black should be better. But there's some way that white handles everything and it's all good.
I got a headache, to be honest, to see so many things hanging right now. But Robert, I just find out why rook b8 is safer than rook d8, because rook d8 looks so natural to my eyes. Like, come on, it's open file. You go for a fight for the open file, but it loses just after rook takes d8. Now, black can take by the queen or by the rook, but they are equally bad as any of this move will be met by knight f7. Very important check. And you do have pieces hanging there. You will lose the rook, and then this is just game over. Then a g6 pawn will be lost. Then bishop will come on e4, and checkmate is not far away for black. So rook d8 was simply impossible, and that's why rook b8 is really safe square for this rook.
Well, that's actually a really beautiful tactic, knight f7 check. And you can be fancy and do it immediately. And the reason why I'm now thinking immediately is even nicer is because there are two different ways to take it instead of just one. And it doesn't matter because you are losing this rook on d8 next move anyway. So that's a really, really beautiful tactical shot, knight f7. And that is, as Katie says, why rook b8 was played. And now the knight, oh, no, that's just, the rook b8 was the last move. So it seems like we have not had a move from Sam Shanklin yet, if I'm seeing this correctly. And Ketty, in general, the type of game that I play at the opening is one where at least I try not to be on the verge of losing if I make one inaccuracy. This is the type of position, if either white or black makes one incorrect move, the game is lost.
Game is over. The game is over. There's no chance that you can fight back. It's not a sacrifice. It's going to be a blunder here. And yeah, you should be very precise, and you should remember this line. And is it Sam who is spending more time? And this gets really dangerous for Sam, right? If you are thinking here, you probably are not ready for rook b8, although this looks very logical move. To me, it started when Emil played queen e7. That was the first moment where Sam started to think here. He found this bishop g2 move, but then again, he's taken a little bit more time to figure out what is happening here and what is the next moves.
Yeah, bishop g2 is not forced. I mean, another variation type of move that comes to mind is like throwing your pawns forward with the move like f6, because if the queen takes on f6, then I was thinking that my knight gets to e4 with the tempo. This pawn is still pinned, so you won't be able to take on g5 for the foreseeable future. But this is extremely, extremely messy game right here. And everything seems to be hanging and under attack. So Sam studied this, and that's why he played bishop g2. And after d takes e3, bishop c6, it seems like rook b8 was the second moment where he wasn't expecting necessarily this move, or he hasn't looked at it in a moment, but he chose to go down this line. So Ketty, there's no going back. he's the one who voluntarily went here. And I think knight f3, queen c5, this bishop even looks trapped where it sits. So that's going to be a problematic situation for Sam, as there are so many threats against the white king, and black's king. It's not the safest king in the world, but it's honestly looking okay for the moment.
For a moment, it looks fine. There's no threats. There's like less pieces on the king side, and black took over now the attack on the queen side. So if not knight to f3, maybe there's more active move there. But the knight is hanging on queen g5 is now a serious threat.
Right, and so a move like rook to g1 or something, or like f4 protects the knight, and that way it can't be captured. But I think black just goes forward with b4 and tries to get queen c5 check and grab this piece. The f5 pawn is hanging at some moment, so this you see the evaluation saying that black's attack comes first.
Yeah, that's right, Robert. When you're analyzing these kind of positions, you need to put it in practice then. And obviously don't want to play this over the board, very important tournament, very important match. Do you think these players had some training matches before they went to this tournament and they tried to play against, I don't know, their seconds or coaches?
Yeah, they definitely work on all these positions with their seconds, with the coaches. And oftentimes the second is there for certain psychological decisions. Like, do I go all in for a win? Should I play something a little calmer? In this single game where Maxim's coming off a loss and I won with the black pieces, what's the best strategy to go forward with? And for Sam, it's clear that he was not afraid to go down these tactical waters. But the fact that he's spending time first, and this is clearly engine preparation from MVL, that would worry me if I were, on Team Shanklin, if I were a second or a coach of his.
Oof, what a day. And what a game. How many moves they have made at this point, Robert?
They have made 20 moves already.
Wow. Just imagine you analyze 20 moves and you remember all of them. We're gonna leave for a moment this game, as Sam is taking quite some time here, and move forward and check out the other games. The game in the same group, Wesley So and Protke, looks like the opening. Still they are in their books. And looks okay for both of them. Which is the game gets your attention right now?
Well, the games that are always getting my attention will be the Group A games between Levon Aronian and Oparin and Hikaru Nakamura and Esipenko. But as I look around, what else? Vincent Keimer with the white pieces at the top right against Leonard Dominguez. That looks very calm. It looks like a pretty neutral position at the early stages. And how could any game besides the Shanklin MVL game catch right? It's such a ridiculous looking position, and I'm curious to see how that one continues. But Ketty, I don't know where to go, if I'm being honest. They all look appealing.
Yeah, I know the feeling when you want to watch the game of Sam and Maxim, and just honestly, what I'm doing right now, I'm just looking at this and I'm hoping to have next move really soon because I'm so curious what's going to happen. But we're not having moves yet, so it gives us some time to move. And let's go to the game of Mamedyarov and Dubov. Oh, is there a move bishop g5 by Hikaru?
That does look like the move bishop g5 by Hikaru. So do you want to go to Hikaru's game, to Mamedyarov's game?
I'm so confused.
Let's first go to the game between Hikaru and Esipenko once more, just because that game is so important for the Grand Prix standings. We actually haven't even showed the leaderboard to this point. So let's remind you all of the Grand Prix standings with Richard Report. He is well on his way to making the candidates. And then Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, you see them in places 2 and, well, tied for 3rd, but 4th on this graphic here, that they are duking it out for the way through to the knockout, and whoever makes the knockout will have a great shot at becoming the second candidate participant from the Grand Prix.
That's right. But for now, what we can see, it's even harder to predict who will be those players who are going to get in the semifinals first and then the finals. So what is the moves here we had recently?
Just a casual development from black with bishop e7, white castled, and then black does the same, and a4. So this is Yesipenko's strategy. He's putting his pawns forward on light squares and saying, you're the only one with the light square bishop, but your bishop isn't that strong. So Hikaru plays knight to d7. Andre plays a5. So he's not afraid of the f5 move, which looked like it was part of Hikaru's plans, because after pawn takes on f5, this pawn on b7 is loose, and you do not want to lose that pawn, because then it sort of justifies white's marching up the queen side.
And there's no danger for this queen to be trapped, as black's pieces are just strangely placed there. There is knight c5 move, but then the queen gonna have some square on c6, and then on even on d5 with a check. So white has enough squares to run away. But to be honest, I would still consider this, Robert, because I can see now c2 pawn is hanging, and after knight c5, then b3 pawn will be hanging.
That's right. So I think white would play bishop e3, and you can try to get the b3 pawn, but I imagine that Andre had analyzed this. He assessed it, that it's good for white, because I want your a7 pawn, and I can first bring my queen back with check. Once the king goes to the corner, then I will take your pawn on a7, and if you take b3, this pawn on a5, it was a great idea for Andre to push it all the way up here, because he's going to keep pushing it, and it's going closer and closer to the other side.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So this is unnecessary complication here for Hikaru. Instead of f5, he goes for move a6. He is stopping a5 pawn right there. He obviously doesn't want to allow white to play a6 and then just weaken the queen side light squares. And after a6, he made very important decision to try to trade dark square bishops. Yeah,
yes.
Bishop g5 in here.
And on one hand, that's some good news for white, because the bishop pair is usually what's strong. But if you look at the board right now, the squares that the knights are jumping to will be light squares. There's no good dark square outpost. And if this bishop, just to sort of show you what could happen if you make a few wrong decisions, if you get a position like this here, and no matter if the queen or the pawn takes, there is a light square outpost, the knight is hopping right in. And these types of positions where you get rid of all the bishops from one side, and then you just use the other color complex, the dark square bishop, and white would use the light squares, that's the kind of thing that Yesipenko would hope for. c5 was obviously a bad move, but it was just to illustrate the point of that's what Andre would like, is to get an outpost for his knights, but on the dark squares, there are none. So this bishop on e7 was doing nothing. Let's trade off for a potentially more active piece.
I like this idea. It very often happens in different openings in when 1d4 has been played, just to get rid of the dark square bishop, because it's just not so good. It is covered by its own pawns on d6 and e5. And also, Robert, after trading the dark square bishops, there might be some holes in white's dark squares. For instance, knight c5. Knight can go around, can come on e6 and d4 then. Yeah, maybe this pawn placement here on the queen side, c4, b3, and c2, that is against the light square bishop. But what about the dark squares? It weakens the dark squares as well. And Robert, I think black will still keep the eye on f5 idea here in this structure.
At some point, you would like to play f5 for sure. This knight on g3 is making that difficult. So for Andre, it's already a question. Are you going to trade bishops? You could go to b2, but you're not having an active piece. So you're staring into a brick wall with these pawns here. And you could play a move like rook to d1, let's say. And if we trade bishops, I don't really see too much of an advantage for either side at the moment. This queen can use the diagonal to operate on. And as soon as this knight goes to d5, black may have to take it, but that's also not so terrible for black at any moment to capture on d5.
All right, this is interesting. It is Andres' turn to make a decision to trade the bishops or not, but let's go now to another game in this group. Let's bring the bird's eye view. And why we're going there? Because we do have g5 pawn on the board just played by Aronian, and we cannot miss an opportunity to see what is happening here and what is his idea.
G5, and I'm looking at the clock consumption, and it seems like Levon, he was inspired over the board, or maybe he was trying to remember preparation, but this looks like over the board creative play. The last couple moves, we saw this queen drop back to d1 and moved it many, many times. And then after bishop f4, h6, white made the move a3, likely trying to get this knight to c3, and so won't be kicked away. And then g5, Ketty, what do you make of that decision?
I like to use cg5. Black wants to get more space advantage on the king side. There is space advantage on the queen side, and black stands here better, as we have been talked about this at the beginning. And now he wants to get more space advantage on the king side. However, this questions the future of the black's king. Is he going to castle on the short side? I doubt that after g5 you want to do that. So I kind of think that g5 is maybe start of some kind of king side attack, like bishop e7 can be played next to guard g5 pawn, then knight to e4 or knight to d5, and then to start to push the pawns like h5, h4 to get more space advantage on the king side.
Yeah, there's actually some flexibility here where I'm not even sure. You mentioned bishop e7, which looks good, and the knight moves, and bishop g7 might stare at this pawn. So this bishop has options, and g4 is something that white will always need to be on the lookout for, because that knight on f3 is doing an important job of defending this pawn on d4. And I really like the way Levon is doing his opening in this game, the way he's choosing to be aggressive. He wants to win in this game and not have to worry about tie breaks, because he lost the final of the first Grand Prix to Hikaru in those very rapid time breaks. So he plays g5, and now it's already difficult for white to make a choice. Do you play bishop e5 to be more advanced? You don't want to see all of black's pieces going forward and yours retreating to a square like c1. But if you play bishop e5, at any moment, this bishop can be captured. I wouldn't take it right away. I don't want to invite this knight forward. But if you play bishop e7, and at some moment you can just take this bishop on e5, it creates a double-edged scenario.
It's that's actually true. You don't have much of the choices by this bishop, and bishop e5 says that, okay, I'm giving you this bishop and I'm giving you the advantage of pair of bishop, which is not so good, right? To give up, but with white pieces disadvantage. But Robert, there is not another alternative here after g5. If you play bishop to e3, we have seen some kind of these moves. It's possible to be played, but it can be under knight d5 or knight g4 thread. And that's, yeah, I don't really want to double your pawns there on e3 and to have these weakened pawns. If you play bishop to d2, then this is the square maybe knight would like to jump, and you also cover the pawn d4. So maybe black will start to hit this pawn, bishop g7. And earlier, remember when I said like maybe black is going to attack on the king side, but how about bishop g7 and short castle? Is there any danger for the black's king there?
Yeah, there's some danger, but it doesn't look overwhelming. So you definitely can still castle king side, and this pawn on d4 will be a target. So even figuring out where to move this bishop right now, let's say bishop c1 as another option, that doesn't look very appealing because you've undeveloped your only developed queenside piece. So one more thing to mention is that a3 solved the problem of black potentially playing b4, but it also created a new avenue for black to take advantage of. This knight, if it comes to a5, it may land on this b3 square, which takes control over the queen side. It attacks the rook, it attacks d4, it takes away c1. So watch out for this knight eventually hopping up the board as well. I feel like there's a lot of flexibility for black. White objectively is doing fine. I mean, bishop e5, as we were mentioning, if this bishop goes to e or g7, this position, it's very combative. But I do like the prospects that Levon has here. And I think that's a little bit more difficult for white to play, as if you start making very normal looking moves like Knight c3. I don't even need to defend this pawn, I don't think, because they're tactics. And so I castle. And if you play a move like e3, just another calm move, already black is even threatening to trap this bishop in the center.
Oh, that's so bad for white. f6 now is a serious threat. There is a way to get rid of out of like g4, but this can cost you more weaknesses on the king side, and this actually not stopping black's pawn to be pushed f6. Yeah, this is just so bad that you have to make only moves here to survive your pieces. I'm so curious where Oparin is going to bring his bishop, but first of all, he will take a lot of time here to figure out what is g5 and where he's going to bring the bishop. So I think it's also a very good decision from Levon to put his opponent under some pressure on time. All right. Robert, we have to get back to the game of Seb Shankland and MVL. Let's bring the bird's eye view, as we do have here some moves and still a lot of pieces are hanging, but I can admit now a lot of white pieces are hanging now.
Yeah, so rook b8, knight f3 played, and after queen c5, he made the move rook h to g1. So still in the ballpark of preparation, but Maxime responded instantly with pawn takes f2. So if queen takes c6, that was the point of playing a queen to c5. You see the evaluation go up because after rook takes g6, now this king is just going to get crushed over here. And that's a big, big problem.
Yeah, there's another piece hanging on f3. You can check that what happens after queen f3. Now white can bring another rook. Can white also just sacrifice the rook on h6 with a check?
I think you can, but the king, I won't take, because if I take, then I get checkmated. I can see Keddy's direct checkmating idea. Queen e6 is check and mate. So that would be a problem for the black king. But if I go king g8 here, now all of a sudden, after rook g1, you still have an attack brewing. Well, where's the checkmate if I take this pawn? It's like, clearly white is better. The engine is saying white has the advantage, but you get this over the board and now you're confused because it should be really good. And you make a move like this and then black plays rook f7 and there goes the attack. Or you check back here and the king runs away. And all right, it is winning for white clearly, but it just looks a little more complicated.
True, but yeah, it's unnecessary complication here. After queen f3, you can just bring another rook on the board and create a lot of threats. The threat here is rook h6. The threat here is queen h6. Oh, come on, not rook h6. Queen h6 is a threat. Bishop takes h6 and rook h6, checkmate. That's a real threat. So you cannot really avoid that, and you cannot avoid the fact that the bishop also on g7 is hanging. So for this reason, we had no capture on c6, but pawn e3 captured f2 pawn.
Yes.
It takes g1 square away from the rook and now attacks the rook, but we have rook g6 still on the board. I'm getting so scared in this position.
Look at this move. Rook d8, please, please, please take a free rook. Why don't you? This pawn on f2 will become a queen. So that's why you don't take that rook. And maybe that's somehow works out for white because it's zeros, which means that every move possible will still be, let's see.
This is a joke.
Oh, gosh. And I guess you have to bring this rook back here. And what's the material, by the way? We have a rook and a knight for this second queen.
And it shouldn't be losing, but hold on, what's happening if queen goes to queen c4? Or, yeah.
Queen c4. Well, I don't know. It says it's slightly better for white. What? So it's a knight, a rook, and no pawn. Okay, so it's a knight and a rook for the queen. Black's king is not exactly that safe. White's king doesn't look that safe because they're two queens. You sacrificing one of them on c3 will make sense. Oh, this is too much. Too much
for early morning for for you, especially Robert.
When do you see a position with three queens on move 25? Not very often.
No. Okay, rook d8 was, okay, blitzed out by MVL. He's not losing any time. This is so distracting for Sam. But it doesn't matter for Sam because he's finding still fast moves and they are still in the game. But as we mentioned there earlier, any wrong move here can cost any of the side a full point and lose game in just 1 hour. So what a game, what a game. But you guys, we're going to take our first break today. We are going to bring some bring more moves for you as we're on the break. We hope we're gonna have more updates and you guys don't want to miss this round and these crazy games, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, round 6. And here we see the players of the Grand Prix, that how many points they have scored already. We do have Richard Robert, 2 Grand Prix out of 3 and 20 points for him. And Robert, rest of the players, Nakamura, Aronian, Giri, Dominguez, MVL, they still have chances to get the most out of the last Grand Prix.
That's right, because 13 points go to the winner of the Grand Prix. So anybody who's sitting there with 7 points, they know that if they keep winning and Hikaru or Levon, if they stop, in particular Hikaru, then they will have a shot. So 13 Grand Prix points at stake as we bring up the individual points. You can see that the runner-up gets 10, so Levon already at 10. If he makes his way through the group, makes it through the semis, and happens to lose in the final, he'll end up with 20 points, which is a lot of points, but may not even be sufficient.
The points that he wants to get here. And let's take a look at the cross table and who is the closest to get the most points, 10 and 13 points. We cannot answer that, Robert, at this point.
We certainly cannot, but it does appear that in Group B over here, where Mamedyarov was 3 out of 5 and playing against Dubov, is that game over?
It is over. It's a draw, and we had repetitions. The game ended in 13 moves.
Why would Mamedyarov do that with the white pieces? Maybe it's a completely even position, but if we just go through this game, it started off with a King's Indian defense, and at this moment here, A5 was played, and it's a rare move. It's not a novelty, but an odd move by Dubov playing on the flank, but it does make perfect sense because in many positions in the King's Indian, when you strike with E5 and then white plays D5, you can play knight A6 and carve out the C5 square and have your pawn already advanced.
That's right. So how did he respond here? Castles.
Knight came out, and then bishop f5. So he actually stopped white from playing e4. That's when Mamedyarov went queen to b3, and then after rook b8, they repeated moves like this with the knight going back and forth. And Ketty, the knight on h4 kicking the bishop means that e4 wants to be played. But if you play e4 too soon, there you see it. It's a huge blunder because e5 is a huge problem for white with this knight hanging on h4 over here.
It is a huge problem, but don't you think that there can be a way out of this repetition here for white?
Yeah, so knight f3 definitely is not forced. Other moves come to mind like rook to d1, things of that nature, but he chooses knight f3, and after bishop f5, again, you can play a move like rook to d1, something, but the knight went back and forth, and they made a draw. And we have another draw, by the way. 2 games have concluded.
This game ended in a draw, Robert.
And you mentioned a queen sacrifice. Sam says, all right, Ketty, I like your style. Look how this game ended as a draw.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. Trading queens, and then you can't avoid the draw as black, because if you play a move like king h7, then the knight comes to g5, and we make the same draw anyway, where I just go back and forth.
If king goes to the center, Robert, it can get even ugly for black. For instance, if king f7, the knight jumps on g5, and there is a checkmate, because after king e7, rook comes on e6, and there is no way that you can save this king. So, what really happened in this game?
They just repeated moves.
Queen f6.
Mm-hmm.
There was the way to make a draw. Do you think there was a game played before, or it was just a perfect preparation for both sides?
Just preparation for both sides. This is not something from MVL. You have 5 minutes more than you started with. I don't think he was in a hurry. This isn't Amin Tabatabai trying to make the Rapid Chess Championship knockout. I think that Maxime prepared this long variation, and that means that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, officially, it was already pretty much official, but now it certainly is so. He cannot make the candidates tournament through the Grand Prix. He'll have to gain something like 50 rating points in the next month. So it looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I know he's a fan favorite, and the French viewers in particular will be disappointed, but he will not be taking part in the candidates, at least not via qualification.
That's right, especially when Dean Liren has already played more 3 games, and well, if he wants to qualify by the rating, and that's the only chance for him now, then he has to stop playing chess games every day until the next month's rating update. So let's take a look once again. This is now new board, as we have MVL has no chances for now to qualify from Grand Prix.
No, he's gone, and you see the X next to his name. It's unfortunate for him, but we'll see how the other people on this graphic. Mamadjarov, he still has an outside chance. It's not very likely, especially with his quick draw, and Dominguez is going to fight it out. But let's go back to our 6 remaining games here. Keddy, 2 relatively quick draws. Now Wesley So has an opportunity if he can beat Alexander Predke. But as we look in the bottom left, I don't know. That position looks relatively solid for Predke. Nothing too special about the position, except for the bishop pair for white, not the same pawn structure. So clearly the game will continue, and Wesley would look to turn this into a victory.
That's right, and also this is quite heavy theory until this point, and a lot of games have been played in here. But what's the time situation now? We can see that Predke has more time on the clock, which means that Wesley invested more in this position. But do you think this pair of bishop advantage was totally worse to spend some time, and now he has more chances to try to outplay Predke?
Yeah, there's no risk in his position. I mean, that's a great bishop on f8. Never seen a better bishop in my life. Everything is solid about white's position. The split pawns, sometimes you think that's a bad thing, but it also opens up files. So this queen on c2 is already staring down at c7, but Predke's prepared. I mean, that's the number one thing I see. He's quickly making moves like queen to a2, making sure the white rook can't get to the a file and the open lines, and this d5 square, Keddy, that's going to be nice for a knight because there's a bishop, but there are 2 knights going there, and this bishop on e3 doesn't really have a good diagonal. So I believe that white may be slightly better, but black is holding on solidly.
Yeah, because of the active pieces. Now black can also play next move, knight to c4, target b2 pawn, and also attack the bishop on a3, and white's advantage, the pair of bishop, can be gone. If you play bishop c1, a little bit passive move to guard your b2 pawn and avoid the trade of the bishops, then we might have more trades on the board, and this should not be so bad for black at all, because these pawns d4 and b2, they are not connected, and they can be target of black's pieces.
And a major problem for white is this knight on f3. The knight has nowhere to go right now, so figuring out where that knight should reroute to will be important. I would love to get that knight to c6, but if I play d5, we've just talked about how that square is covered. You'd be sacrificing a pawn. A knight h4 trying to go to f5, that's a reasonable idea, at least in theory. But in practice, even once you get here, there's nothing going on. Keddy's knight c4 looks very strong, hitting b2, hitting the bishop. And the knight on f5 doesn't mean that the game is just over. I can actually go rook to e6. You don't have this move, bishop d5. If you play d5 with the pawn, then my rook can continue surviving along the the e file, and go to the 5th rank and put pressure everywhere.
That's right. And I kind of have a feeling that Predke still knows what he's doing, and he feels quite comfortable to play this. So, Robert, if this game ends also in a draw, we're going to have first tiebreakers tomorrow.
Yes. And I'm trying to think how Wesley can avoid just playing for a draw. Maybe he can bring his rook to c1. Your knight c4 move is really bothering me. So I'm thinking rook c1. And then if you play knight to d5, probably this b knight, so you're coming towards the center, then bishop d2, keep the bishop pair. Why not? I mean, this game will continue for a while. And although Predke has been prepared to this point and playing accurately, this does look like a position where white at some point push the pawn. This bishop could land on a5 at some moment and go after the c7 pawn. So I do think that there will be some long-term chances for white, but the start of this position is incredibly solid and sound from Predke's perspective.
That's right. And Robert, if we do have drawing here and we have tiebreaker tomorrow, who is the favorite in the match of Sam Shankland and Wesley So in the rapid format? I'll give you some time to answer a question. Before that, we can take a look at the format. What is the tiebreaker at the Grand Prix? So we are starting with the rapids. We're going to have 2 games. In rapids, the time control is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if we do have a tie in this rapid section, 1-1, then we're going to have blitz games 3+2. 2 games going to happen. And if still there is a 1-1 draw, then we're going to have Armageddon game, which means that white will get 5 minutes and black will get 4 minutes. And white needs only win in this format of the game. So this is our tiebreakers here at the Grand Prix, and we are very close to see at least 2 of these. So back to you, Robert.
To answer your question, it's very easy. Wesley So is the favorite. Sam would not deny that. Wesley is very humble, but he would admit that's the case as well. In quicker time controls, that historically has not been Sam Shankland's forte. That doesn't mean that he can't beat Wesley in a 2-game match of rapid chess, especially with the level of preparation we've seen from him, the level of play. I think people like to chalk Sam Shankland's success up to just being good preparation, but no, his level of play has been very high. Yesterday's win, that wasn't preparation. That was him outplaying his opponent. So Sam, he has a chance, but Wesley is a big favorite in a rapid tiebreak.
All right. Good to know that. Good to know. And we're back to see the bird's eye view and all the games. We can see that 2 games in the Group A is really interesting. And in the game of Aronian, he goes to bishop g7. That's the left side on the top. He tries to develop the king side, pawns. And the other game in the same group, we see dark bishops are off the board, and now another knight is coming to d5. So Robert, let's bring up the Esipenko and Nakamura game and check it out. What is happening after bishop trade?
Okay, so the bishops have been traded. This knight miraculously some went to e3 from g3, and so the last few moves after bishop g5 were knight to f5, bishop c1 takes, and then g6. If you take this knight on f5, thinking that's scary, white would take with the pawn on f5, which opens the queen up towards the b7 square. And if you stop the diagonal by playing c6, you create a weakness on d6. And if you play rook b8, you're sitting extremely passively. White can do a number of things, but even g4 comes to mind to expand on the king side over here, and the knight eventually trying to get to these squares. White just has much more space to work with. And so that's why instead of taking, Hikaru played g6, the knight drops back, and then c6, because the d6 pawn is difficult to attack. You have created a bit of a target. So rook to d1, the queen will have to come defend the pawn, or actually maybe this pawn on a5 is hanging. So that's a bigger issue.
Let's start with rook f2. At d1, actually it's gonna hang anyway.
Yeah, the rook's already over here.
On c1. Right, so all right, you can put this in the way, like if I take this central pawn, you take the side pawn. But this is not an issue here for white, as after capturing a 5 pawn, then knight on c3 will be hanging. So at this point, after c6, white played rook to a1 to guard this pawn.
You know, Katie, if we just go back a few moves, maybe rook f takes c1 was better. There's an argument to be made for it, because that takes away the sting of c6. And I don't like this rook capture for other reasons, but at this point, c6 is not as good, because now I have rook d1, and my rook is already protecting this pawn on a5. So you would have removed c6 as being a strong, but you do open the door for f5, because that rook on f1 was defending this f2 pawn. So that's probably why Andre decided to take with the a rook. He's capturing towards the center instead of bringing his rook away from the king side. But it would have been an interesting decision to have taken with the f rook just to keep the a5 pawn defended.
Oh, Robert, sorry, I thought the knight went back on f5, and I'm not ready to do this kind of madness here in this game. Although knight f5, here is a move you can play.
Wait a second.
It's a brilliant move.
Knight f5 could have been played. You're right. Because now the d6 pawn is under attack. So if you take a5, I take d6. And if you take the knight, it's not so free because your bishop gets trapped over here. Although it says that black is doing okay. Likely a move like queen f6, trying to trade queens. Makes perfect sense. And yeah, black should be all right in the ensuing endgame.
Right. But this is the idea that white can still hold and just play it later when it's the best time to play. And after rook a1 here in this position, how black is going to proceed the position? Is he going to play f5? Is he going to develop the queen and then connect the rooks? Or he's going to find some better square for the knight on d7?
Yeah, the knight would like to find its way to d4. You pointed out earlier, it's going to be difficult. I think you need to take care of your pawn on d6. So I play queen e7, probably just to defend the pawn. This rook can move to d8. The knight can go to f8 or to f6. So I feel like black is able to defend this pawn quite naturally. One other idea that comes to mind for white, though, is if I could push my pawn to f4. I'm not certain about it because that would leave...
Let's do it. Queen g3. We want to play knight f5. That's a tricky move. But in fact, we want to play f4 here. Robert, f4, f5 wins a piece. If you take this pawn on f4, you get e5, very nice square, but the king side squares, dark squares are also exposed here. You can take advantage of this with white.
Yeah, it's one of these decisions you can't take back, and you have this isolated pawn, which is either a problem or it's just not. So this e5 square is very good for the black knight, but as you're mentioning, without a fianchettoed bishop on this side of the board, that could spell some trouble. And white's very safe. So the king's safety is better for white, even though black's king is all right. It's really committal. So I don't know if Andre wants to go for it, but he'll be thinking about it.
All right, so now we do have rook to a1, and it is black to move. He might find here some nice idea to get little bit better position, but for now we do have this. Let's bring bird's eye view and take a look at the other games. The game of Anish Giri and Tsatsalashvili looks very interesting. I have seen this rook on a3 somewhere. I think it was played by Aronian before in this tournament. And Robert, earlier you mentioned that very likely Giri is in favorite in this game, and he might score here in against Tsatsalashvili.
Well, people learn from their fellow top players, and here we saw that the move b4 and a4 was played. So it is a different line than when Levon did it, because his pawns were on b2 and c2 against Oparin when his rook lift happened. But here in this game, some normal reshuffling of pieces, not a single pawn has been traded, no tension until the move d4 was played. And after the next few moves, bishop d3, just making sure that e4 is safe and sound. We're going to finally see the move rook a3. And I think we know the reason that this was played is that if there's ever a trade on d4, that rook will look to swing to the king side. And queen c7, bishop b2, bishop d7, and queen c2. Ketty, 0 trades have happened. It's a tense position in the center. What are the plans for both sides?
That's a good question. I still see this knight can jump on f1 g3 for white to get on f5 square, or can also go to e3 and control the center more. But the question for me is which side will trade the pawns first? There is the tension in the center, and who gonna be the first to trade it? And I can see that if white goes now for a trade, this is gonna open up the diagonal a7 g1, and f2 pawn might be there hanging, as only king guards this pawn, and we do know that king is not the best place to guard the weakness. But if black takes the d4 pawn, then it opens up the third rank, and the rook is there to jump over the king side, or rook c3 even, and then push b5. So for the moment, none of the side really wants to trade the pawns in the center.
They do not. That's for sure the case. So I would think about rook d8, just bringing my rook towards the middle of the board. And the question becomes, what are the plans for each side? We know that neither side wants to budge in the center. And so what is Anish going to do from the white side? Is he just going to put his bishop back on f1, put his knight to f1, as you mentioned, sort of figure out how to perfectly place the pieces? There could be a g3. It's a very slow maneuvering game, and the players are about even on the clock. It's about even on the board, and I don't see an exact plan for either side. So that's what it's going to come down to. Who can orchestrate a better plan? Who can figure out a strategy that actually causes the opponent some problems? Will black think about a5? Will white think about a5? I'm sure they're both thinking about these types of moves, and it's a lot to figure out when no pieces have been traded.
Yeah, no pieces have been traded, and seems like not clear plan in here, as we just mentioned. I am so curious what both of them gonna come up here. But Robert, I thought that maybe this game can end peacefully today between these two players, because the other games between these two players ended in a draw. And Tabatabai tries to be very solid when he plays against Anish Giri. He's not trying too much, as we have seen him in the other games. He tries to hold the position. And do you believe that we might have here some repetition of the moves as well?
We could. I think that Anish is really going to try, though. If we take a look at the other game in the group, that's going to determine how Anish plays, because he's not just going to sit and say, oh, if that person wins, I'm okay with the draw. If somebody wins in this game here between Yu Yangyi and Vityugov, then Anish has no choice but to win. I mean, losing a few rating points here might matter based on the overall ratings and one spot going to the highest rated player at the end of next month. But with Ding Liren and Levon Aronian, these players well ahead on rating compared to Anish, a few points is not as important as trying to win the Grand Prix. So this game, Keddy, I like the look of it for Vityugov from the black side. He's very solid. He is a more advanced pawn that can even push to b3 at any moment, like next turn. d5 might open the position up, and black is better developed. White's queenside is sitting at home.
That's right, Robert. I was looking at this position. I was trying to figure out which opening happened in here. From black's perspective, it looks to be Sicilian, because d6 bishop on e7, pawn on e5 is gone. From white's perspective, it looks to me Slav defense, because we very often have this knight on c4, a4, b4 push there. So the question is how we got in here. What was the opening?
It was a Spanish. We got here through a Ruy Lopez, and black plays bishop e7, rook e1 to defend this pawn. And after the next few moves, we see the strike on the queen side, a4, trying to open up the flank. And that's why Vityugov chose to move b4. We know Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi had this position a number of times in the World Championship. Rook b8 ideas are possible, but he plays b4 and keeps the queen side closed. And interestingly, Keddy, it's Yu Yangyi who's ahead on the clock.
Yeah, that's a very interesting detail here, and he has quite a lot of time extra on the clock, and he seems to play better this. Maybe he surprised Vityugov by his opening choice.
Perhaps, although there's nothing too surprising about what we've seen. This feels like pretty standard fare. We're at a new position. We're 17 moves deep in this game. I really just like black's position. I know black has this isolated pawn, so people will think, well, bishop f4, go and attack it. But the problem is that there are tactics that are working out in black's favor. I mean, even b3 to kick this bishop back. What is your queen side doing? It's just a
rook b4 next can be also played here to attack the knight, and then d5 to get rid of the isolated pawn and open up the center.
Yeah,
because
this is not
the rook on a1. Ew.
Yeah, it's not the way you want to play these positions. So white has a lot to figure out right now. That's why Yu Yangyi is thinking, because b3 isn't just a one-move threat against the bishop. It clears the way for the rook to come to b4 with this pin. I'm actually really liking the way Vityugov has handled this game, and I think he has very decent chances in this position, despite the engine saying it's slightly better for black, about equal. I think the next few moves will be more difficult for white to play.
That's right. Is white now kind of forced to play bishop b3 to stop b3 in this way?
even that, you're still pinned over here. It's like bishop b3, and we see the eval going down in black's favor. d5 comes to mind. Even knight d7, knight c5 with bishop f6 at some moment. Black's pieces are coming to life.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, that's it's quite shocking here to see, as Yu Yangyi has played this quite faster than Vityukov, and he's not having any better position. Robert, what happens if white starts the kick side pawn push with f4, f5 next?
I think I'm just going to play b3 and then play the whole rook b4 stuff, and this is no good. Just put pressure on the pin piece and win it.
White can still play bishop d3, but after queen to c7, rook c8, it's too much pin and less squares for white pieces indeed. So it is white to move, and here white has to make a decision. There is b3 move too, but this looks so ugly. This looks so ugly. d5 right away, and Robert, then bishop can come on f6 too after knight f6, bishop f6, and c3, very important square for the knight. This is just perfect position.
It's amazing when it's -3 and black's not even up anything, but that bishop on a2 turned into a pawn. That's why black is up 3 points. And if you try to do something like this, bishop f6, as mentioned, if the queen comes back, then just trade everything. It's already just lost for white. Not down a single piece, but black is just far more active, and this is a really, really, really bad bishop.
That's right. We're waiting a move from Yu Yangyi now, and we can bring bird's eye view. We have not checked yet the game of Vincent Kmar and Leonard Dominguez. The other game in the group has been ended in a draw. So if Dominguez wins this game with black pieces, it means that he's winning the group B. But if we have a draw here, it means that we're going to have tiebreaker. But if Vincent wins this game with white pieces, it means that we're going to have tiebreaker anyway with Shahriar.
That's right. So Mamedyarov is going to be in the tiebreaks unless Vincent loses this game and Dominguez wins. So here we see it's a position where white's pawns are less advanced, and that's a good thing. We think, don't you want to push your pawns forward, get your pieces active? But in particular with pawns, and these pawns on a6 and b5, white can break down the structure at a critical moment with the move a4, and also a square like c5. You can't cover that square with a pawn. And what white tends to want to do, or the c6 square for that matter, put a rook on the c file and then try to make progress down the line. And with his queen on b1, it may look awkwardly placed because the rook should be on c1, not on a1. You have to watch out for this side of the board. For instance, if you just play some move like queen b6, knight g5 is not out of the question, as if you play h6, then already you have a problem with bishop takes f6 coming, and I'm threatening checkmate. So you need to watch out for all sides of the board. Full board awareness is essential.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Queen b1 looks very artificial move, like why you are playing so passive. You can play somewhere else, but there's also not nice square for the queen. If you go queen c2, this steps on the c file, then rook c8 comes with the threats, knight b4, knight d4. You don't want to do that, and you're forced to go back anyway on b1. And after queen b1, you are saying that white's plan is to bring the rook on c file, not on d file, right?
You could go to the d file. It really depends how black moves right now. And Dominguez, he's got himself into some time trouble throughout the group stage. And yesterday he played too quickly. I saw his interview after the round, and he said, I've been getting myself too low on time, so I made a critical decision a little bit too quickly, and that way I didn't fight for the full point. And here, I think that, yes, the rook can go to d1, and black needs to find a move, first of all. Like rook to c8 looks very natural. Will the rook go to d1? Will it go to c1? Knight g5 doesn't make sense, as much sense anymore, because g6 I don't want to play, opening up the diagonal, but after h6 takes, pawn takes g5, we're just trading pieces, and the queen is not on b6. It's still towards the center and towards this king side.
Yeah, that's right. Robert, In this position, after rook c8, what I'm thinking that queen b1 is also useful is that you can bring knight to e4.
Yes.
So after knight e4, black has to watch out on the king side, as bishop on b2 is so strong and hitting g7 pawn. Now these threats might be even stronger. Rook d1 to pin the bishop on d file, and to even bring another knight maybe on d4 to trade, and just to expose more and more king side pawns. There's also bishop d3 move to hit on h7 pawn. So yeah, now I start to like queen b1 move after analyzing a little bit.
Yeah, you look at the pieces one by one. The knights, they're about equivalent in strength. The bishop on d7, not a very good piece, and the bishop on b2 is a great piece. So black would like to trade bishops, and this is one of those scenarios where you're just trading things. You assume that I'm playing for a draw, and then I strike with move a4. And this is what I meant earlier. When the pawns are extended further up the board, that could be a problem, because you have to deal with the consequences of a quick shot chiseling at the structure. And this could be a bad situation. This move allows bishop takes a6 with tempo. This pawn on a4 will be lost because I have 3 pieces attacking it. And that would be a great position for white.
Right. So it looks... the evil bar says it's like draw, probably 0-0, but for a human perspective, it's just pleasant to play here with white pieces. There are several small tactics and threats, and the opponent has to watch out all of these things. Do you think Dominguez will be happier to trade pieces here in this position?
If he trades the right pieces, then he could get to an ending where he can hold without too much difficulty. I think Dominguez has a lot of experience, and that's in his favor, but he's not certain about the position. It's not a very common line, and queen b1, I'm being informed, was played recently in the Rapid Chess Championship between Hikaru Nakamura and Jose Martinez. So it's only been played a handful of times, the most recent of which was week 1 of the RCC. So yeah, queen b1 is a very interesting choice, with the point, as you mentioned, of knight to e4. That actually looks very promising for white to bring that queen out into the center.
Now we know where the inspiration came for Vincent Kmart when he played queen b1 in here in this position. Yeah, we do have to come back to bird's eye view and check up the other games. And Robert, there is very interesting situation in the game of Esipienko and Nakamura, as we do have here. The move which we predicted earlier can be happened, and we do have f4 pawn on the board.
That's right. So as we bring up the games to show, we can bring up the Nakamura game as well. And well, I'm just going to bring it up. Let's look at the game between Hikaru and Andre. So you said f4 was played by Andre here, and he's pressing forward. So he's not just going to sit quietly, and he brought his queen back after queen e7 to d1, and he went queen d2, which makes it clear he's aiming for the d file, and he then says, I'll go with f4. So he's playing sort of in all directions of the board. But Katie, we talked about this. The e4 pawn can become isolated and weak.
That's right. And knowing Hikaru's style here, knight f6 was played for a reason. Maybe he wanted Esipienko to push f4. So after f4, we do have different pawn structure, and very likely black is going to take this pawn, right? Is there any other ways that Hikaru might consider here to play?
Hikaru, I think he has to take on f4, because what else are you going to do with f5 potentially arriving? Like if you make a quiet move like rook e8, and as we see f5, and then this bishop's under attack, the rook is opening up on the f file, and white claims all the space.
Oh yeah, g4, g5 can be played next. Or rooks can be doubled on f file, and white can then open up the f file. So this is not going to happen. I'm sure this is not going to happen. Black is not allowed that. But let's take a look once again what happens after e takes f4.
Okay, e takes, have to take with the rook. The second rook likely making its way over to f1. And the knight may want to go to e5. So knight d7 to e5 makes sense. The knight probably is going to have to move regardless since rook f1 is next. So
Robert, you know what I'm thinking here? Hikaru might play knight h5 here to hit the rook, and then knight g7 with the idea to play f5. He's not going to sit there and wait white to bring all these pieces on the king side and start the attack. Maybe he wants to open up the center a little bit.
Makes a lot of sense. And I'm just trying to figure out, after f5, if I play rook e1, you're not going to play f5. I get that. But let's say I play rook d1 and allow you to play f5, trade, if you take knight takes, this kind of position, it's opening up and the black king feels a little bit less safe because of the dark squares. But if you trade enough pieces, then it shouldn't be too much of a worry.
Yeah, that's right. So is there a chance that Hikaru here missed this f4 opportunity from Esipenko?
No, he's allowing it, but he needs to come up with a plan. The problem isn't the move. The problem here is figuring out what is black going to do. Knight h5 does make sense. Do we want to go knight g7, or is there a reason just to keep this knight on h5? The main reason that I could see to keep it on h5 is that's not on f6, but now the knight's on the rim, and we don't love to have our knights on the rim, especially if they don't have a next jumping point. So I do feel like the next few moves won't be that easy for Hikaru, and he won't necessarily play them that quickly because he needs to come up with a specific plan. And the biggest one is, where is this knight going to? What's its future like?
Robert, what I'm really thinking right now is it possible to play here d5? We have seen so many madnesses already today with the game with Sam and Maxime, and this should not be any surprise here. But is there a way to open up the d file and try to expose the center with that move?
How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you're making me count. It's so many pieces. Looking at the d5 square.
The point here is that there is, in some variations, queen on c5 coming to attack the d5 pawn back and also pin the knight on e3. So there can be ideas like knight g4 or just take the pawn on d5.
Right. And I think if you take on d5, I take on e5, and this knight is hanging. So with that in mind, you're probably going to lose the d5 pawn as well. But you could throw in e takes f4, and then the situation like this, it's...
If you go for f6 knight, like rook f1, then I can play something like d4 at some point to pin the fork the knights.
Yep. I mean, you could even probably take this pawn on c4 with the queen being in the line of fire. So maybe queen d4 just to attack your knight with the queen.
Also stop queen c5 in many variations.
Yeah, and if your knight moves, like, I don't have to move my rook, right? I can move my rook, but I'll probably just end up... actually, can I take this? Takes, rook takes, pawn... No, this is a mass simplification and just completely equal.
That's right. And if black wants to go to this line, he can start with e takes f4 first. And then when rook takes f4, just to avoid any complications, to strike back here in the center with d5.
Yeah, so Hikaru can really force a ton of trades at the moment with d5, and we're going through it quickly. It does say that white should have the upper hand. So there's something in this position after knight h5 that instead of all of the trades in an equal position, maybe just bringing the rook back, it looks a bit suspicious because of pawn takes c4. But now after knight d5, maybe this black king is in some trouble, and I can just take back on c4 with the pawn.
Oh, knight d5 is such a strong piece now. Tries to get this knight on f6 and create these mating threats, and this knight gonna be here forever. Black cannot take the knight as another knight comes into the game, and I kind of have a feeling white has here an extra piece, because another piece, black's piece on h5, is just very passive. It's in the edge of the board, not taking too much part into the game.
Yeah, it's doing one very important job in stopping this knight from coming to f6 with check, but it's not a good piece. And if you just move your queen somewhere, I'll take this pawn on c4. My pawn structure doesn't look good, but my knights are so active. Knight e4 becomes a threat, so you probably have to take. And then once you take, I have this fantastic knight on d5 against your not very good knight on h5. So Hikaru, he just moved. He took on f4. I don't think he's playing d5. That's the sense I'm getting based on the lines we're looking at. It seems too risky. And the last thing he wants to do is find himself in a tactically sharp game where his king is the one in danger.
That's right. So we're waiting here. Next move from Esipenko. We have rook f4. This was sort of must to play, and knight h5 has been played by Hikaru. He's going to attack the rook. Is he going to play knight g7 and f5? Is he going just to hold the pieces here? Can also do something like queen g5 next move to get on c5 and also attack on a5 pawn.
I mean, there are many interesting squares on the fifth rank for this queen, including the one that it's on. Just using the dark squares to Black's advantage. That's a major point here. And Black could turn this in his favor. And I'm wondering if the queens get traded, let's say we get a position without the queens, who's happy about this? Black should not be in any danger. White has both knights protecting the isolated pawn, so that's not going to be one you can attack. So it maybe is just a level position. And, Hikaru needs to keep an eye on Levon's game against Oparin, but if he feels that Levon won't win that game, he can safely enter this queenless position, and you can only control your own board.
That's right. Queen g5 is on the board. We might see the end game, but Robert, you can always rely on the players here because they are quite strong. They are quite solid, and if you feel like the position gets worse and worse for you, maybe it's more practical decision to make a draw and just wait the other game to end.
Well, Andre, he says, I don't want to trade queens. Let's go for it. This pawn a5 is under attack. But if Black scoops up that pawn, then he's going knight f5 for sure. He is just opening up the king side, trying to go for an attack. He sacrifices this pawn over here, and he's claiming that the king on g8 is not very safe.
No, this is brilliant idea. Queen f5. If you're not going to take the knight, if you're afraid that this king will be exposed, then queen h6 is gonna be played, and you're gonna be anyway forced to make some decisions here, as White can then bring rook h3 next move and starts to do some sacrifices. There's also knight e7 check and queen d4 check in some lines. It's also a possibility there, so that's too dangerous. So Black should avoid that. And what's the move to avoid that? Maybe just to keep queen on g5.
Yeah, there's no reason you have to take this pawn, but just to sort of finish that thought was that if g takes f5, e takes f5, even the engine says it's not losing for Black, but you make one wrong move and you're lost. If you bring your bishop back, you're about to see the eval bar go up because queen g5 check. The knight is now lost. And if you go knight to g7, thinking you're saving your knight, I think we see a problem here. Queen e5, yay, I stopped checkmate in one, and then even the move f6, because a queen trade doesn't mean that you're doing okay, as it's just a winning back piece.
It's so bad. That's so bad. Robert, I was even thinking maybe queen knight d5, another knight sacrifice could be very good idea here to stop this queen coming to the game, but it requires some time to calculate this kind of moves, but can be also possible. So yeah, White will have tons of ideas here.
Yeah, there's no way that Hikaru, if he does take on a5, unless he calculates 15 moves and sees that his king isn't getting in trouble, if queen a5, knight f5, I can't see him capturing that knight. Maybe knight g7 is possible, but pawn takes f5 looks too risky.
Right, Robert, in this position as queen is now already on g file and pins the e3 knight, is it possibility to fight in the center with d5? I
feel like d5 should not work out. And yeah, the engine backs it up. If I take, I think I have too many pieces. Just, not that one. I was trying to grab the e4 pawn and I did a queen blunder. I was like, pawn takes d5 and this is, all my pieces are defending the square.
Yeah, white stands really strong. The next move can be knight e4, trying to go for the king there, and d5 is very strong pawn that black doesn't want to give it up. So, all right, currently we have position with rook to f1 and queen to g5, and you can say that black has more to struggle here, and white's play is a little bit easy.
Yeah, I think that black might have to adopt the let's not do much of anything mindset, where what's white's next move? Like if I gave white a free turn, what is the move going to be? And I actually do not have the answer to that question. It's kind of rhetorical, but that's how you have to think about these positions sometimes, is if I pass the turn, how is white going to take advantage?
Yeah, that's right. So we're waiting this move, any move to happen here. So it means that we're gonna go to check our bird's eye view. And Robert, we have to check out the game of Oparin and Aronian, as we have not seen it for a long time.
Okay, well, we're in the same group. We get to see how the other two competitors trying to make their way out of Group A are doing. And it looks like Oparin dropped his bishop back to D2. I thought G5 was a great practical choice. Bishop D2, Bishop G7, Knight C3, and A6. So this pawn on B5 now is under attack, which is why Levon pushed the pawn here. He also could have brought his knight to A5 and into B3 because the bishop defends the B5 pawn. So A6, E3, castles, and knight E5 by Oparin. Teddy, you're a Catalan player. Starting to look like a decent Catalan for white.
I like this. I like this 95 move here. If black trades the knights, then white will get pawn on e5, and this is very good pawn. As now knight is hanging, knight has to go passive. And okay, I know e5 pawn is hanging, but white goes f4. We're gonna have some pawn trades here, but the point is that white's knight will get e4. We'll look for d6 square. Bishop gonna go on b4. There is a threat to drop the rook on f8. So white will put all these plans now to occupy d6 square, and also look at the bishop on g2 being on the long diagonal and controlling too much squares. This is exactly what here Oparin hopes for to get, and Levon should not allow white to have this position, because not many players can survive in this position with black pieces if you get this d6 very important square by white.
And white's probably playing f4 next, whether or not black trades on e5. So I have to be a bit critical of this move a6, as it feels like it left Levon with a passive position, and now here comes f4, and white is striking, and this is Oparin. If he wins and Hikaru does not, then Oparin will play a tiebreak match against Hikaru. So this is a very big game for Grigory and his chess career, and right now he definitely has the edge. I have to go back to this moment where a6 was played. I think that Levon, he played a quiet move, but I think knight a5, a more active try, would have given him better chances, though he does lose sight of the center. It's a messy, messy position. I just don't like his current position. I think that he is on his back foot.
That's right, Robert. When you play g5 move, it already can be a very good move, but it can be a weakness for you in the long term. And in the current position after knight e5, f4 pawn is even stronger when you have pawn on g5, because you have to make a choice to trade the pawns or to push it forward, which will be even more dangerous for black, or leave this pawn on g5, and it can be a weakness there. So is there a good way to stop this plan of white here? What it can be the move? I'm really struggling to find moves here for black. Maybe knight to e7, and to bring this knight to the king side.
It seems like white's plan is too easy, right? After f4, how are you going to deal with this? Because opening the position up will probably be bad for the black king. And if you push the pawn, I can even take it. I have two pieces staring here. Although after this trade, black does get e5. So maybe g4 will be possible, opening up the board here. It gets very, very messy.
Yeah, but after g4, I'm not sure that this is the only alternative here for white. White can start to play some moves like knight to e4 or knight to e2 and try to play on the queen side, like bishop b4, a4 next can be a very interesting idea to open up the a file for the rook.
It's a good lesson that just because a pawn can be captured doesn't mean that you should go and win it. The strategic elements of this position are so good for white that move like knight e2, bishop b4. Kelly was just mentioning that this bishop gets active and a4 can open up the position. So yeah, I would not take that pawn on g4, but that's good for Levon to have in his mind, because if he can protect this g4 pawn, close down the king side, it is looking better for white, but it doesn't look that terrible for black either. There's no immediate way to crash through, to checkmate, to create a target in the position.
Yeah, that's right. Robert, I kind of have a feeling we should go back to this position, knight e5. D takes e5. Maybe we have to find here something for black.
This looks even worse. You don't resign immediately, of course, but when I see this position in f4 and knight e4 and bishop b4, it just looks tragically bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. For instance, I was thinking of knight d5 to trade d pawn to e5 pawn. That could be a really good scenario for black here. If white takes the d5 pawn, then I can take e5 pawn, attack the b2. There is bishop h3 threats, and you can be okay here in this position. But once again, it's not mandatory to take the pawns when they're, especially when they're weak pawns. You can go for f4 still, guard your weakness on e5, make it strength now, and d5 is a threat. But once again, bishop b4, bishop d6 is even stronger threat here for black.
Yeah, no, this is a problem where white's pawn structure looks worse, but it's safe and sound, pawns connected with one another, and black is in huge trouble. So I can't see Levon taking on e5 unless he has some miracle planned out, but he might play knight a5, but I don't like moving my pieces away from the king side because f4 ideas are still going to be very scary. At the very least, the knight on b3 is active. It can take this bishop at some moment, but this knight on e5 is the perfect piece.
Yeah, that's right. Robert, we are going to take the bird's eye view right now and check out the other game too, who we can see in the same group. Hikaru Nakamura has not made any move yet, so we're so curious what's going to happen in the game of Hikaru Aronian. They're not making any moves now. We don't have updates in most of the games, so this gives us some time to take a break, get some energy, and we will be back with the new moves and some updates. So you guys don't want to miss this action, and don't go anywhere because we will be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the final leg of the tournament. And we are now in the round 6, the final day when we have all 16 players still playing, but not really, because we already have 2 games down and rest of the games in progress. Robert, let's take once again look at the bird's eye view and check out if we do have the moves. And look at this, Hikaru Nakamura, he captured the pawn on a5.
Wow, he took the pawn on a5, second from the left in the top row, and g4 was Yesipenko's response. So that game is really heating up. As is the game in the bottom right, there still have been 0 trades, Keddy, in the game between Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai. But the pawns are all staring at each other in the center of the board. So speaking of Wesley's position looking better. He's pushed his queenside pawn up to the bottom left. Many, many fascinating positions. Where should we go?
We should go to the game Yesipenko and Nakamura and check it out. What is happening? Because last time we said knight, queen takes a5. There is move knight to f5. Very strong move happening, but instead of this, Yesipenko played g4, kicked the knight back, and now knight f5 is possible, but it can be less dangerous for black.
Queen h6, rook h3. Hikaru better eating his tactical Wheaties this morning, because this still looks very scary to my eyes. A knight h6 check also is a threat because f7 is loose. So do you take it? Okay, it's not so terrible. And we have seen knight f5 and queen e5 quickly played by Hikaru here. So knight f5, queen steps into the center, and now you can check over here with the knight and go after this f7 pawn. What else can you do?
That's right. You can do this. You can also keep the tension on the board, maybe find move. Oh, how about move like rook h3 and queen h6?
Trying to go for a quick checkmate against this king.
Robert, can we show some very funny line? First,
yes.
Let's make b5 nonsense move here, and rook takes h7. Oh, queen h6 is winning, but rook h7, king h7, it's not winning. It's king g8 and knight e7 checkmate.
That's a pretty checkmate. Yeah, that the reason why it doesn't work is that after rook h7, the knight can just take this knight, and now your rook is a little bit loose over here. But that's a very pretty checkmate. Of course, b5 also was a throwaway, but I like those ideas. It's important to be on the lookout for them. Although I think this one is sufficient.
Easy and better. Yeah, I was a bit surprised after king h7 it was still losing for a fight, because you have this checkmate in 2 moves. But Robert, this means that white has a lot of chances, but Hikaru says like, okay, I see all of them and I play very fast my next move and I have full control with it. But the question is, what happens after knight h6? What happens after rook h3? Yeah, let's start with this.
So this bishop can't move. That's the good news. But I don't want to take, because if I take here, yeah, we already see the position is going south for white. You even up the material, but the resulting position is clearly better for black. This g4 pawn wishes it could go back to g2. It's an even material position, but black is a much safer king, which is kind of ironic considering where we came from. Something like this, knight e6, d4, f4. The rook can go up the board. There's just problems everywhere for white to deal with.
That's right. This is the best scenario for black for sure after all the trust that he has. So if not knight f7, is there any other way? Knight h6 will still be strong there, like knight h6, king h8, and to find something, some move in here.
Knight d5. Let's sacrifice more pieces.
I like this one.
Because if you take, I just take back. I don't even know which pawn to take with. Let's take with the e pawn. And if the bishop moves, this f7 pawn is in trouble. So like bishop c8 to defend, I can take with the knight or with the rook. I don't even know which is better. Yeah.
Yeah, we can take with the rook. You cannot take it back as knight f7 loses the queen. You have to leave this file as now rook f8 itself is a threat. And now white can try to find some very smart move.
Rook c7.
Rook c7.
Yeah. Yeah, just move the rook, and then there's a fork of everything here.
Right. Oh.
Yeah. No good.
95. And you know what? This is the move that Andrei can find easily. 95.
Yeah. And I'm wondering how Hikaru responds in knight d5, because after takes, what's the move here? This looks very difficult for black, but maybe I can take on d5, and after you take here, finally f5 is played just to save the king. Doesn't look so bad. Yeah.
Why not? There's no threat here, and more pieces are traded, and I start to like black's pieces even more now. The queen is in the center, knight can be traded, and rook can come to e8 to occupy the opening file. Yeah, why not?
Black's up a pawn. Yeah, no, this would be an interesting try for Hikaru. So knight f5, queen to e5. What a calm move by Nakamura after stealing a pawn on the flank. So a lot to prove here for Yesipenko. But the other game in this group between Levon and Oparin, Ketty, he did take that knight on e5. So we're going to pull up this game. He took on e5 here, dropped the knight home, and then played f6.
That's a very smart decision from Aronian to try to get rid of the e5 pawn, so there will be less problems by this. But it also has bad sides. You're weakening your king more and more, and your pawn structure is not perfect. These pawns are pushed too much.
You're saying that you'd want this pawn to go back to g7 and save the king? That would be nice.
That would be really nice. Do you think at this point Aronian might already have some regrets that he played g5 here, or he just might have regrets that he did not play some other way after g5?
Yeah, he played energetically, and he didn't like combine ideas perfectly, and that's why he's in such a tough spot. I really believe that at this moment, you play g5, you get advanced. You need to play with energy. You can't just sit and make a move like a6 because of exactly what happened in the game where white just played simple moves and then went for f4 and black's in trouble. Now, after f6, this isn't that easy of a moment for Oparin, because if he takes on f6, this is what Levon wants. He'll take back with the knight, and now the king isn't in that much danger. The bishop on d2 isn't great. The bishop on g7 is a fantastic piece. So this is the type of game Levon wants to steer the position to. I would think that e takes f6 is the most natural move that comes to mind because your pawn is under attack, but it's certainly not forced. And there are many other moves like knight e4 to play with the piece activity.
That's right. Knight e4 is still a very strong move. There can be also moves like pawn trades here, something that white can consider, to take on g5, then to play knight e4 after that, or take on f6. I still love this idea, knight e4, bishop e4 here, so to just increase pressure. If you take e5 pawn, good luck with that. You have pawns in the center doubled, but those pawns are just too bad. They are the worst pawns you could have here. And I believe there can be some crazy tactics here very soon. So we can actually, the engine bar says it's losing for black.
Yeah, this position is looking terrible for black. And after f takes g5, I don't really know what else you're supposed to do besides take this pawn back, because maybe f5, but at the very least, white goes up a pawn and the king is still unsafe.
That's right. Robert, we have very important information to our viewers and also to chess fans and the players and everyone. So we do have post here, which was tweeted a few minutes ago. It is about Ding Liren. Ding Liren, since today, the new world number 2 again, informed us that he will play a total of 28 games in China before April 25. Well, in the time to reach 30 rated games before the May rating list and be eligible to qualify for the FIDE Candidates Tournament. This is a big news.
Well, the many, many Ding fans out there are going to be thrilled. The people who are supporting others who are trying to qualify by rating, hoping that Ding wouldn't get the 30 games, they will not be as excited. But Ding Liren, I can only say this so many times, anytime there is a top level tournament, Ding Liren should be there participating. It's been unfortunate that he has not been able to play his beloved game throughout the pandemic and with travel restrictions and things of that nature. But it is very great to hear that Ding Liren is competing again. I saw his games from the current tournament he's playing in. His level is there, and he is always a worthy contender. That said, I made this comment yesterday. The situation, the circumstances, they're not ideal. And I believe that people won't be thrilled about how everything is happening. But at the end of the day, Ding Liren always, and I say this with no hesitation whatsoever, he always deserves to be in the top level events because he is 2800 and has been for a while. There is a reason that Magnus Carlsen has stated outright in the past that Ding Liren would be amongst his toughest challengers. So good to see Ding Liren back to the chessboard.
Agree with that. The games are now at chess.com event. And you guys can also check out the game of Ding and support him if you want to see him at the Candidates Tournament. Robert, he has not only to play the tournament, but also he has to play well that tournament, because if he loses the games, he will lose the rating points. So yeah, he has to be really careful with his opponents.
You know, he's just going to be beating up on 2,600 rated grandmasters for a while. He's 3 out of 3 thus far, gaining over 6 rating points. So you're right that if he loses even a single game, all of his success, all of the fruits of his labor, he'll lose those all. But for now, he's doing well. And Grigory Oparin made the move knight to e4. And this is really bad news for Levon Aronian, because with that knight jumping into e4, he's already in one of the most difficult spots you can be in on chessboard. No space and no clear plans, just fending off the immediate threats that White is aiming for.
That's right, Robert. Let's bring the bird's eye view because I have something to show to you. Look at these 2 knights of White's. Knight f5, knight to e4 in group A. Those are 2 knights that's obviously the leaders of this group, Nakamura and Aronian, don't want to see at all at the board. But do you think this is happening because there is a lot of nerves in this round?
Yeah, I think that Levon and Hikaru both have to be a bit nervous because they care, but you can't be nervous because you're scared. And Levon, right now, he took that moment of pause to play a6, and ever since then, his position has been worse. But I mean, I'm looking down across the boards here. In addition to those great knights in Group A, go over there in Group D. Look at Amin Tabatabai with the huge lead by the evaluation. That looks like Anish Giri is struggling, and that would be a huge, huge upset if Anish loses with the white pieces.
This will be a very bad scenario, as Anish was dominating the second Grand Prix at his group, and he had very similar opponents, Tabatabai and Vityugov and Hyunyangi. This group is the same as we had before. But why this move G3, last move, is so bad that bar went all the way down?
Well, the position was already opening up, and that's bad news for White, because as we look at the pieces, this bishop on a7 staring through the d4 pawn towards the king. The bishop on d7 is more active, whereas the bishop on f1 sitting at home. And this bishop on b2 not exactly playing either. So this is already a tough looking position for Anish. For instance, if he took on e5, after knight takes e5, this bishop way too strong over here. Knight g4 becomes an immediate threat, and the king on g1 might get checkmated.
Robert, I don't really understand here why White went for h4, and I kind of have a feeling it was Black who was playing the move. He managed to push d5, he managed to bring the knights on the king side, and Anish made this a weird looking move h4, because this pawn here might be weakness in the future.
Yeah, he wanted to play g3, but he couldn't do that without dropping a pawn. But h4 was not the way to handle this position. That was a mistake. He could have just traded pawns, for instance, on e5. I understand that opens the bishop. That's not ideal, but what he did made his situation even worse. h4, d5, now that pawn is loose. That also gives this knight that very g4 square we were talking about. And g3, Ketty, I think even knight h3 check to bring that pony into the attack, because if white ever takes, look at these light squares. Nope, those aren't light squares. These are, though. Huge control.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Robert, there can be some sort of like queen lives on the king side, queen d7 or queen c8, knight f4, queen g4. But even if you don't do so much here, if you just open up the center, then black's two bishops are simply monsters on the board. Then you can even like try to open up the center by yourself here with black, like it takes d4, and white has to be careful not to open up another diagonal, because queen g3 will be a threat there in many positions.
Well, look at Anish play king g2. He doesn't want to give up the bishop pair. Oh my goodness. I mean, this king, it's safe for the moment, but this position is about to explode in the center. And I'm even looking, Ketty, an eventual c5, get my bishop on or queen on this diagonal. And I do not like the placement of this king on g2.
Oh, c5 is a crazy move here. The pawn is hanging two ways, but just because you open up the light squares for the bishop, this can be totally worth it. But Robert, in these positions, there are a lot of tactics themed by knight f4, knight sacrifices. White has to watch out that move as well. Maybe it's not working right now, but you cannot really improve your situation on the king side.
I like knight f4, so I'm going right for knight f4. E takes d4. If you take with the knight, you're removing one of the pieces from your king. There goes the eval bar, because after knight takes h4 check and the queen slides into f4, there's already huge attacks against this king. Bishop can also slide back here for more checkmating patterns and plans, and it's toast. It's completely over.
Wow, the things got really bad so soon here for white. King g2 is on the board, and this is now Tabatabai's time to find out the move he has placed. No, the pawn is still on.
But what is white has to take with the pawn to keep everything defended? But your knight f4 check, Ketty, it's why not?
Yeah, then you can, after g takes f4, queen f4, you bring the queen on the board. Oof. Not easy.
Looks terrible for this check is going to be a problem. And we have the move e takes d4 played by Amin Tabatabai. So the question is, does he follow up once c takes d4 happens? Will he play this knight to f4 with check and then take back with the queen?
Well, this is his chance to shine, and Tabatabai is very strong player. We have seen him quite often at chess.com shining at the rapid tournaments and the blitz tournaments, and now it is his time. Do you think he will go for this knight f4 sacrifice?
Yeah, he's gone for it. I mean, he understands that he has this game under control. The king on g2 is going to be open, even if he doesn't see the exact finish line. I think he's willing to take a little bit of a risk to sacrifice the piece. Some players will not do that. They will refrain from any sort of sacrifice unless they see everything concretely. I think that Amin Tabatabai, he feels the position and he knows that knight f4 check should be good. His intuition is there, and then he just has to prove it.
That's right, Robert. And he has not too much to risk, even though that he has still very good chances to go to the tiebreakers at least. Tabatabai is the player in this Grand Prix who no one really considered at the beginning to be the leader in the group and to be a candidate at the candidates tournament, right? So why not to risk it, and why not to go for all in?
Yeah, no, and Amin is not playing for the candidates. He's just getting good experience. Look at his rating, right? 26-23 is the lowest rated player in the entire competition. He'll gain some rating here, especially if he converts this advantage. And then the opportunity to play a match against somebody like Sam Shankland or Wesley So. That experience doesn't grow on trees. You can't get that opportunity every day. So it's going to be a big step for his chess career.
Indeed, he's only 20 years old and he had a really good year. And we can see now him at the Grand Prix. But Robert, he didn't won this at the lottery. He got the right to get at the tournament, such as Grand Prix, and he had the opportunity to play 3 strongest event in this year. And yeah, he's showing his best.
He is. And Anish Giri, he has not played that impressively in the Grand Prix leg. So something about his form is not where he wants it to be. And Anish has been one of those players who's been very vocal where, if you just earn the right to make the candidates or to play Magnus, that's not really enough because Magnus will beat most players on the planet, as we've seen him do in most tournaments and world championship matches. So in order to be competitive at the top of the top, you need to show a form that is not what we're seeing from Anish right now. I think something is lacking, and he'll grow from this experience. He's such a strong player, but the Anish we've seen throughout this event, it doesn't feel like he's been on a path to winning the Grand Prix or making the candidates. It's not the level we become accustomed from him.
That's right, Robert. This might be the reason that he suffered a little bit in the semifinals of the second Grand Prix. He started really nicely, but then he stopped to score the points and being kicked out rather early than we all expected. We're gonna leave this game in here as now he's taking some time. His position is not easy to play, so we're gonna take a bird's eye view here and check out the other games in Group A. We have any updates, but we do have updates in the other groups. Let's take a look at the Yu Yungi and Vidugov, because this game can be also quite decisive. But Robert, what happens if Tabatabai wins against Anish Giri and this game ends in a draw? Tabatabai goes to semifinals without tiebreakers. This is amazing.
That's right. And if you look at the last few moves, Ketty, in this game, check this out. Rook takes d4, bishop takes queen, knight takes here, back and forth. So we might even see a draw by repetition, which I think objectively is the best decision for white to go for. And if that is the case, then this game is a draw which will open the door for Amin Tabatabai to be the clear leader, the winner of Group D, and make his way to the knockouts.
Wow. This is this scenario we could not predict at the beginning of the day, right, Robert? We could not predict that Anish would lose against lower rated player and the other game could end in a draw. But this is very likely to happen.
Yes, no, this game is looking like it's heading that way unless one of the players takes a risk, because they're going to look at Amin's position and say, wait, he's going to win. Maybe we need to try ourselves. But there's objectively the position is equal. But let's look at the other boards, because Levon Aronian has made another critical error. You look at that evaluation, Barchetti, it is sky high. Grigory Oparin has a chance to take down Levon Aronian right here, right now.
Oh, wow. This is the move you don't really expect to happen. And Robert, what happens if white goes to f takes g5 and white just keeps these 2 pawns, double pawns in the center?
This is going to be a good position for white. Even after this, the evaluation will take a bit of a dip, but after some trades on f1, queen takes f1, this position still is good for white. But I think the reason the evaluation bar, and there it is by Grigory Oparin, bishop a5, hitting this queen, giving away a piece. You got to give some to get some. And the bishop on d7 is loose. So if the queen comes to e7, Ketty, there's the move bishop b4 with a skewer, winning material. If the queen takes on a5, queen takes d7, hits a rook, hits a pawn, goes for the attack against this king. And this is really terrible news for Levon Aronian.
Oh my God, this is a blunder, Robert. Bishop a5 is a blunder.
No, it was a great move by Oparin.
It's a great move by Oparian. Oh, wow. This is a horrible news for Levon. And it's too bad news for him. He might be out from the Grand Prix at the group stage, and he might not qualify by the rating, as Ding said he is going to play 28 rated games this month.
And it's a huge shame because Levon in the first Grand Prix won his group with a massive score and made it all the way to the final. And here he was performing well until he faced the brick wall that is Hikaru Nakamura. And the move knight c7 does defend the rook and the pawn on e6. But after f takes g5, the black king is wide open. There are no threats against the white king. And so this is just a clear path for Levon. Excuse me, for Oparian. And Levon is just getting toasted.
Oh, that's bishop a5 moves. When we see that moves happening to our board, and we are not the ones who make the moves, we are having the mini heart attack. Levon just missed that move.
I think his position was just so bad, and he just was trying anything possible to get back in the game. And unfortunately for him, Oparian is playing great chess himself. He lost to Hikaru, but the rest of the games, Oparian has been in good shape, and he spots tactics like this in his sleep. And this bishop being loose on d7, pawn e6, rook c8, f takes g5, everything is in white's favor.
Oh wow! But Robert, what happens if knight c7 has been played? Can be played here, like just to try to hold the position? Is there knight to c5 and still trying to win some material here?
Yeah. Goodness.
Rook f7. Goodness. You can guard this bishop, and then knight b7, attacking the queen, and knight d6 is the next move.
And a fork, and you're just winning every. Where does queen even go? If it goes to f6, yeah, you can even take on g5 to attack this queen. Take on f7, knight d6 with a fork of whatever ends up on f7, and no, game over. Just crushing.
All right. Yeah, I'm speechless. This is move 20, Robert. This is move 20.
It's move 20, and well, Levon is thinking that maybe this game should probably be over soon because I don't want to look at this position anymore. But it's not what you wanted for Levon. It's a very sad way to go out in the Grand Prix, and he's not making the candidates with this loss. But by the way, Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai, speaking of not making the candidates, at least not through the Grand Prix, that game, he found it. Amin Tabatabai, after pawn takes d4 in this one, Ketty, they move knight to f4. It says knight takes h4 check. There is no way that move was played. Zero chance. So this got to be a DGT error of some sort, because then the knight could take back. It makes zero sense, and especially because it transposed to this position. So the move that was played was knight f4 check, and after pawn takes, queen takes f4. This position is what we see. e5 played by Giri, but the king, it's wide open.
Yeah, you block the diagonal b8 to h2, but you open up the other bishop. Bishop f5 can be a very strong move here. Queen g4 can be very strong move with knight f4 next. Oof, too much for white to handle here.
And now it's not being precise. So every move looks good for black, but we need to find the best one. And I think bishop f5.
Yeah.
Gosh, just checkmate.
Yeah, if you play bishop d3 here, Robert, then you can fall for something like queen g4 check. And watch out, if you bring king on f1, then bishop d3. Sorry, the other side is the king. Sorry, Robert, I said king to h1, but this is even checkmate here.
Yeah, I know. Both of those moves. Sorry, I know you want to take on f2, but here I thought you were saying checkmate, take queen, game over.
Yeah, this is just checkmate. And if you go to the other side of the board, you lose a queen. So that makes king h2 your only move, but not the best move there.
Yeah, so king h2. And even knight f4 still threatening checkmate, threatening check, threatening this. it's over. It's done.
Wow. Yeah, you can't hope for any magic here. You can't do any magic here.
Yeah, this is a wide open king. So yeah, I think it just requires one accurate move here. Oh, that's the analysis. E5 was played. Bishop F5, the move we were just looking at. That's the one move required from Amin, and the next piece enters the attack. And if Giri can somehow survive this, we have seen players survive worse. Hikaru Nakamura against Grigori Oparin comes to mind when it was plus a billion and Hikaru's king looked almost checkmated, and yet he survived that game. So miracles do happen.
That's right. Miracles can happen. But this bishop f5 is such an easy move to be played. Robert, what happens after queen g4? This is also a check that maybe black is considering right now.
For sure. Queen g4 check. The king has to go to h2, because if you go to h1, you're giving up this pawn with check. And this does give up the pawn over here, but then you're not bringing more pieces into the attack. So white is still in a difficult spot with the king over here on h2. And yeah, of course, it's going to be a nice attack for black regardless, but you only have 2 pawns for the piece. So if you don't become accurate here, then white will have a chance to fend off the attack, bringing more pieces over to the king side. So I'm even with like rook e2, just desperately trying to bring the rook around.
Yeah, that's right. And Robert, this is the only chance for Giri if Tabatabai looks for the move here, this move, and if he considers that he doesn't have any more alternatives. I'm curious what happens if rook e6 is played there right away instead of bishop f5.
Rook e6, trying to get over here. Then, wow, that's a very good question.
h5? No, bishop d3 can be possible.
Yeah, bishop d3 looks pretty reasonable. I mean, this check over here, the king, I think it has to go to f1, and then knight f4 looks like a checkmate because the king doesn't have an escape square, and then you move rook e3, so you free up this square for your king. Oof, nervous position. But the king is trying to run that way.
Right. All right, we're waiting the move here to be played. So is that bishop f5 only move here to win, to go to the direction to win the game?
I think it just clears the path for the pieces. I mean, rook lift to g6 is going to be powerful. And when you have an attack, you want to bring as much firepower as possible. So the bishop is kind of in the attack already, but the rook would like to join the party. And with the bishop on f5, and if bishop d3 is not possible, because we showed that after queen g4 check, no matter where the king goes, this move knight f4 is going to be an issue. That means that without bishop d3, you can't stop the rook lift.
Yeah, that's right. And also bishop f5 is such a natural move. We just saw that at the beginning, and then we saw some other lines too, although queen g4 is a check and should be the first candidate move here. All right, let's bring the bird's eye view and check out all the games in here, as we do have at least 3 crazy games going on now. 2 games in the group A and the game in group D, Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai, which we had on the board right now. Aronian just captured the bishop on f5. You can see that on the left side on the top. And we have Oparin playing really quickly, queen to d7.
Yeah, so he just scoops up the bishop, looking good for him and his chances. And the game between Andre and Hikaru, moves aren't being played, right? We don't see any updates there between these two after queen e5. Yeah, Andre's just thinking.
I don't see the moves there, but the time is going down for Andre here, and it says at 24 minutes on the board. This is a really important position to think here, but Robert, if you think too much, you might get lost in the variations and then get down to the time scramble.
Yeah, and the moves aren't that easy. It's not like there's a simple decision to make, but Andre is going to have to play relatively quickly in the near future. Although there's only 15 moves to make, he has 24 minutes. He might have enough time.
That's right. There is one funny looking line, Robert. You're like, we saw knight h6 and rook h3, the moves, which are very interesting. But how about knight g7? If you take that by the queen, I play rook to f6, and then I play g5, and the queen is there locked, and white can switch the game on the queen side in the center. And we have move knight to h6. He's not going to trade his knight. He wants to keep the knight on the board.
I like the AlphaZero approach. I guess the issue is the pawn g4 is immediately loose, but let's say we make some sort of random move and you play g5. You have this AlphaZero strategy of locking down the position, taking over the dark squares, and saying, I don't care about that queenside pawn you took. But as is happening, knight h6 check, king to h8, and now it's up to Andre. What is his move going to be? So I think that he spent all his time calculating about this move, not knight h6 check. He probably knew he wanted to go with that, and he does play knight d5.
He's on the board. Yeah, he's yeah, you cannot joke with Andre. He's too strong.
Yeah, no, it's a great decision. And let's say you don't take this knight and you want to leave it there. First, you need to come up with a move. And let's say you make, I don't even have a random move to make, rook c8 or something like that. Now this knight can even hop into the f6 square. Knight f4 won't be so bad either, getting rid of this bishop, but the knight is just entering, and these pieces are very scary, circling the black king.
Knight g8, queen h6, and black's king is checkmated there. Rook h3 can be played, and then knight f5, h7 pawn is hanging by the checkmate. Too much threats here, Robert. Too much of threats.
It looks like you can't avoid it. So Hikaru will take this knight on d5. Yasepenko will take back. And just a reminder to everybody that the bishop can't just move back like you would want to d7 or to c8, because after you move it, rook takes f7. You can't take me on f7 without the house being forked. And so it's just a really rough situation for black.
It is, but this is not only game that the rating favorites suffers very much, but let's bring the bird's eye view and check the game. Anish Giri and Tabatabai right side on the down there. We have bishop to f5, and this is bad news for Anish.
It's worse than bad. It's kind of as terrible as it gets. It's 25 moves in from the white pieces, playing against the lowest rated player in the competition, and he's getting wiped off the board. Rook e6 to g6 is the immediate threat. The king is wide open. Ketty, I just don't see what Anish can do here.
I think it's too late to do anything here. You cannot stop this rook lift. You cannot stop checks on the board and losing some material here. It's just very bad position.
Bishop d3 loses by force. Let's say you move the queen somewhere else, like queen b3, rook e6. And if you try h5 to stop the check, I give you this check. Your king has to walk over to the h file. I take the pawn that was stopping my rook. And then this king is about to have a discovered check. This rook is about to help out. This is, I mean, it's just direct checkmate.
It is the checkmate. You cannot survive. And also the worst part of this is that Tabatabai has found already the hard moves like knight f4 sacrifice. And now this is just easy moves. You can figure it out and give some checks, and in the end it will be checkmate.
Yeah, this is your king has no pieces defending it, and black has 4 pieces all just joining the party, and it's a party from black's perspective. It's an absolute nightmare from Anish's. I think Anish could resign in 2 moves.
That's right, Robert. We do have MVL out of the competition already. We might have a lot of X buttons in our graphic today after the end of the round. Let's bring once again here the graphic of the players who can still qualify Dingliren stands really strong here at the competition, as he announced that he will play all the rated games now. Is required to, and Will is out of the competition. Robert, do you think that Richard is the happiest person here to see what is happening today?
Well, I think that report he's happy every day because of his birthday. He's scored 20 points in the Grand Prix series thus far. He's going to make the candidates. I have no fear for him in the world. I think that the happiest person is Hikaru Nakamura because he's looking at Levon's game, and Levon is lost. And we can bring up that the view again, so you can see the position in the top left. The bar is all the way up. Oparin's going to win. And so that means that Hikaru's nearest competitor is eliminated within his group, but also for the Grand Prix standings. And I think most players are about to be eliminated because if Hikaru gets even 4 points, that will eliminate people who didn't do well in their first leg. And if Hikaru wins his group, well, then everybody can just say goodbye for the most part. It's going to be Hikaru's candidate spot for the taking.
That's right. This is the points that we have. Richard Rockford has 20 points and seems like he is safe in here. Dimitri Andrekin is out of the competition. And we do have Hikaru, if he gets 7 points, Robert, out of this and reaches semifinals. That can be enough if Levon is out from the competition. That's logical, and Anish is out from the competition too. Then all the eyes will go to Dominguez, and Will is also out. So that means that we have to check out the game of the Dominguez and Kmar right now. We have not seen this game for a long time, as another 3 games are just taking all our attention, and we are focusing on the other games. But this is also a very interesting game, and also for us, Dominguez still can qualify to the candidates tournament.
So there was a queen on b1 and there was a knight on d2, and then somehow that queen got to g4 and the knight got to h5. So I couldn't envision a better sequence for white, where that's the only 2 pieces that have changed since we left, is white got the queen to the king side and the knight to the king side and is already threatening the black king. So let's go back. Queen b1 was played and a quick rook to d1. After knight e4, Leonard decides to avoid the trade. And I understand that, because if you take on e4 here, after queen takes e4, not only are there threats against the king, this bishop is loose on d7. So knight d5, knight g3, rook d8, so that this knight can move out the way and not lose a piece. Knight h5, bishop back, and queen e4. I think Vincent did everything correct to this point, bringing his pieces in for the attack. And after knight c to e7, the queen came to g4, and now all the arrows are relevant.
Well played by Vincent. Look at him. I have a feeling it was only him who made moves here and created these threats. Now he has to, Dominguez has to be careful not to fail for moves like e4, then knight f6, and that's going to get really dangerous for black, as after these moves, d7 bishop, in fact, will be hanging.
So many threats. I think that with this pawn threatened and with tactics, because the pawn is pinned, knight g6. That's why Lanier brought his knight to e7, is to go knight g6. And this doesn't solve all of black's problems. I mean, knight e5, trying to get rid of this knight. If you take, thinking it's just a simple trade, well, there goes the evaluation bar. You can't even protect your pawn on g7. So it's completely hopeless. If you play g6, there is a problem with this king, and I'm going to mate you on the dark squares. And actually, this just wins at least in exchange from the start, and your king is still wide open.
That's right. You can also push this knight back with e4 move, or you can just exchange your a rook for the knight and then expose the dark squares like rook d5 here. But should be a bit careful, because after knight f6, queen f6 just appeared on the board, and this will be not the best scenario for white. But how about e4 move here, just to push this pawn?
Yeah, it's like spoiled for choice, and this just wins because the knight moves anywhere, then this king is unhappy. Check, check because your king has to step on this diagonal. Thank you for your queen. Thank you for the game. Everything falls. So yeah, this is even if you didn't have e4, you win material this way. So it just goes to show how bad Black's position is at that moment. So knight g6, I believe, Teddy, might have to be played because how else do you deal with this threat?
And it's serious threat. If you lose g7 pawn, then you will lose your game next. So yeah, knight to 6 seems to me also the move. There is move knight to f5 as well, but that's gonna step to e4 fork.
Yeah, the pawn gets to hit both knights at the same time, and that's no good. So I think knight g6, and after knight e5, you might need to make this move, bishop e8, which is very bad for your pawn structure, but good for your king safety, right? Like this is not what you want to see from Black's perspective. You're holding on for now.
Yeah, you can, out of what we have seen, this is best.
Yeah, you're not getting checkmated. And if the knight comes back here and we trade these knights, white is clearly better with the healthy pawn structure, but Black is very defensive and there are not too many targets remaining.
Still, white stands really strong in here, and Vincent can try to create here some danger for Black. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check out what is happening to the other games as we are waiting moves in here. So Aronian is having still difficulties on the board. I can see that knight just captured g5 pawn. That's the game on the top of the left side. And the other game, Asipenko and Nakamura, was, I wanted to say it's a bit slow now, but then I saw g5 move there. Wow.
Wow, g5 in the bottom right, by the way, Anish Giri still has not moved, which means a resignation might be imminent. And the game next to that in the bottom left, Yu Yang-yi and Nikita Vityugov, it looks like not many moves have been played there. So they might just be waiting to see how Amin Tabatabai converts before deciding whether or not to repeat moves, because one of them would have to win to tie Amin for the group lead. But look at the last move played by Hikaru. It was the move g5. And I think he was worried about the move knight f4 in some variations, or leaving this queen access along the diagonal. But g5 is such a risky choice as you're pushing your pawns forward that could make them targets and does allow the knight to get back to f5.
Yeah, it's just weird move to play g5. You don't consider this kind of moves to be played. It gives up f5, control the f5 square, and it weakens the king. But also on the other hand, as we mentioned, Robert, it stops some sort of queen jumps on the king side. So maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, it does stop knight f4. It does close down this diagonal. And knight c7 would be another way to go after this bishop, because you want to get the f7 square. But then Black will have to play f6. It's the only move available, because my threat is, just to show you, knight takes e6, and you can't take with the pawn. And if you take with any other piece, I simply take f7. I have all the firepower staring this way. So f6 would be the response. And if you trade pieces, then this pawn on g5 is perfectly placed, because now the knight can get to f4. So I actually really understand why, what Hikaru is going for. But in the initial position, knight c7 by no means is a forced move, of course. Knight f6 comes to mind, as do probably some other choices.
That's right. That's right. But Robert, in some of the variations, maybe e4 pawn will be hanging. For instance, like if Andre plays knight e3 and brings another knight on f5, another knight on the king side, you might drop e4 pawn here. So white has to be also a bit careful.
Yeah, for this knight, that's the question, is where does the knight want to go? Knight c7 doesn't look that impressive because of f6. I would think about bringing the knight to d3, as the queen is very important on e5. It saves the Black king side. So knight b4 does come to mind for me. And all right, the evaluation bar is saying still better for white, not the 100% best move. But I do think this knight on d3 kicking the queen out is actually going up the more it thinks. So, hey, I did something not too terribly. But yeah, knight d3 is just a way to boot the queen from e5.
Right, but Robert, to me, knight f6 looks the most logical move there, because this knight guards e4, g4 pawns, and most important is it attacks h7 pawn. So next can be rook to h3, and we have already talked about this nasty ideas for black, like knight g8 and then checkmate on h7.
Yeah, knight f6 is a logical move going for the attack. Black has to kick that knight out of there with knight to e8. And now the question is how to continue the attack. If you give me one turn, I'm going to try and get rid of this knight, bring my king to g7, and the worst seems to be behind black at that point, though this pawn g5 still sticks out a little bit and could be a weakness.
That's right. In this case, knight g8 will not make as much sense as it could make after rook h3, because knight g6, g8 will be met by rook g8, and black will be happy to take two knights for a rook.
Right, you would need that queen to be able to join the attack. What if we sacrifice? I like sacrificing pieces that are not my own. What if we go for this kind of situation?
King to h6. I think king should go somewhere, because now knight f7 is a threat to win the queen. There is king g6, g7.
I think king g6 is the only move, because if you go king g7, you're walking into a knight f5 check scenario, and g5 is loose. Even if rook f5 comes to mind, just sacrifice all your pieces. And once this happens here, your king is getting checkmated, because the queen is attacking, or rook h6 checkmate, no matter if your king is here or here.
That's right. So king g6 can be played.
King g6, I mean, wow. And if I go knight f5, there's rook h8, and suddenly black defends against the checkmate, and oh my goodness.
It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, this is one of those games you're like, I'm so glad I'm not playing it. It's too complicated.
Yeah, it is too complicated. We're still waiting moves after g5 that Hikaru made in here. So 18 minutes for Andre here, and I just saw another result, 3 results so far, and Yuyangi Vitigo just ended the game by the repetition, and now there is another happy person. We know in the playing venue this can be Tabatabai, who's having huge advantage, if not winning position against Anish Giri, and he is so close to get to the semifinals.
Wow. So Amin Tabatabai, no moves. He's facing right now Anish Giri, who is probably head in his hands, ready to resign, trying to figure out if he has any chance left. But that was an opportunity that slips out of Anish's grasp. And for Amin Tabatabai, he's the happy recipient of that. And he earned his way through, saving yesterday's game when he was on the verge of defeat, and now winning with the black pieces against Anish Giri.
That's right, Robert. We were talking about Tabatawai's decision. What would he would do? Like fast draws, he's going to win, and then he had losing position against Yuyangi, and he also had a rapid championship happening as he qualified, and there is amazing prizes there too. So he was in the middle of these thoughts, and he was lucky yesterday to end the game in a draw, but he was also. It was just not dropping from the sky. He earned this with the beautiful queen moves in the end and the knight sacrifice. We do have here a new move from Andre. He played queen to f2.
I think we can see what he's going for. There's so many pieces down the f file, and if you take this knight on d5 and white takes back, it's even worse than before for black because of this impressive configuration of queen and rooks on the f file.
That's right. And in this line, Robert, after knight takes, rook takes, and rook takes, white is too strong on the file, and king is exposed. There's rook f8 checkmate threats, and it's gonna be really hard to avoid that threat.
Yeah, the knight doesn't want to be fianchettoed. You never want a fianchettoed knight, and it's not doing anything useful. You try to take a pawn, you get checkmated, as was just said, and so the knight is just blocking the king's access. So queen f2, that looks like a very good move. I'm going to turn on to see what the actual best move was, because I saw the evaluation drop a little bit, and oh my gosh, you want to know what it was? It's a move that no human would ever play. C3.
No way. What is this move? Like, what this move means to this position?
It says C3.
What is this? Like queen d4?
I'm trying to figure it out. Let me think. Okay, what is the idea behind C3? So it must mean that you can't take on D5, because after takes, this queen is on the verge of being trapped over here. So there's an additional threat in the position. But you're not going to take on D5. That doesn't look good. Maybe black's in Zugzwang? Is that possible?
Maybe knight b2, knight c2, knight d4?
Nah, that's too long. I mean,
I don't understand the move c3.
I think it just freezes black. I think that's the main purpose, is that black does not have a useful move right now. And it stops queen d4 check in some positions if the queen were ever to leave d2. So that I get as a benefit. But like, what moves to even come to mind as black? If you take on e4, this knight hops into f6 with the tempo against the queen, and the queen comes to g6, and this rook goes over here, and this looks pretty scary.
We have seen too much today, Robert.
C3 is a ridiculous move. If somebody played C3, they'd be kicked out of the tournament immediately.
Yeah,
and just be, get out of here. What do you know? You're not playing yourself. What is that? So yeah, C3 I get, but let's go over to a different game, because Vincent Keimer, people didn't think that he would have a chance to win his group, but look at the evaluation, Barchetti. It's gone all the way up to the top.
Oh, wow. So what really happened? Actually, we had this position earlier on the board, knight g6, 95, and black decided to. We thought that bishop e8 can hold the position here for a white for Dominguez, but he decided to trade the knights. And now after bishop e5, we said that there's no defense to pawn on g7.
I'm very surprised, because it looks like once you're here, you see that there's nothing you can do. So I'm trying to even come up with an explanation. I mean, Lenier is way too strong to walk into in a losing position like this.
Yeah. He's down to 9 minutes. Maybe that was the reason why he played 95 very fast and allowed whites another piece to be active.
I can't wrap my head around this. Like, yeah, he doesn't have much time left, but he's way too strong to welcome another piece in. E4 with knight f6 check is what you were talking about. Already there's a problem on g7. I think you can just resign.
What happens after f6 move here if you try to
take it?
Yeah, you just win here after knight takes f6, bishop f6, rook is hanging, and a bishop on d7 is hanging as well.
This is very straightforward. E5 does attack the queen on g4, but I take your rook, attack your queen, then take your bishop. At the very least, white's going up in exchange and a pawn. I'm honestly shocked right now. And it's not that Vincent hasn't played well. He's played a great game. But at this point in time, you need to dig deep, be resourceful, because your king doesn't look great. And I understand your pawn structure won't look great in this situation either. But at least you fight on. It's no clear win for white. It's actually a very difficult position to prove your advantage. So if knight takes e5 was played by Dominguez and now he doesn't have a follow-up, it's really mind-boggling.
That's That's right. That's quite a shocking decision by Dominguez in here. So if he loses this game, Robert, it means that we're going to have tiebreakers between Kemar and Shahriar Mamdirov.
Yes, Vincent Keimer, he is the lowest rated player in his group. He's a teenager, but he's very strong. And this would be a tremendous accomplishment for him, as he's already at 2.5 out of 5, which was a good score, but 3.5 out of 6 +1 here would be excellent.
That's right. Mamdirov ended the game rather early today against Dubov. He made a draw. I think he's now having chai in his room, enjoying the day and also watching the game. I think he should be very happy that Dominguez is not the one who has winning position, because if Dominguez wins this game, he can have 4 points and can qualify to the semi-finals.
Yeah, winning this game would require Vincent to just fall asleep at the board and not make another move, something like that. I'm actually completely shocked that knight takes e5 was played, because the calculation here is not difficult. Right now, it's just completely lost for black. So I'm actually asking. I'm trying to get confirmation that knight takes e5 was actually played, because I'm that surprised.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point if this really happened, but it doesn't also look like it's an error, Robert. And also the next move is not followed up after 95, bishop b5. You has to make next move rather fast, because now he's down to 5 minutes and his time is also going down. And this is the move 21. He has to make a lot of moves here. He's in struggle.
And if you play f5, the only other move that I can even see here, the queen comes to g3, simple retreat, threatening ideas later with bishop c7, but more importantly, how you can defend this pawn. You make him play g5. Your king here is miserable. I think even rook takes d5, followed by knight f6 check, and all the pieces start going after this king.
Yeah, that's right. You said something about f5, and then I saw f5 in the game that I never could imagine. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check out the game. Esipienko and Hikaru. f5 is on the board.
What? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white pieces stare at that f5 square, and Hikaru did just make the move pawn to f5. I don't think there are enough pieces here. I can't even.
Only king and knight on d5 are not attacking that pawn.
And it's a great move. It's a really, really great move.
And
wow.
The bar did not say shake a bit. It says that it's good move. I mentioned quite often in the previous, like the first, like that Hikaru plays like a chess engine, and I saw some of the comments in the chat like they think it's disrespect to say that someone plays like an engine, but excuse me, this is a move like an engine, and this is the best move here. What I see, it's incredible.
F5 is a brilliant move, because the position was starting to look very nice for white, and I think that black's in trouble if not for this move f5. So all of white's pieces aiming at that square. I think I'm gonna need a break before I try to work out the complications here, Katie.
That's a good time to take a break, you guys. We need to just proceed everything what we saw at this time. We need a break. We need to grab some water, and we're coming back right with the updates in these games. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, round 6, and you could not ask for a better final day of the group stage, Robert. We have here all we wanted to have. Now we have still a lot of games in progress, 5 games in progress, and very likely we're going to have 3 decisive results at least.
That's right. And I mean, looking at the games, the bar is all the way up for Grigorio Parin in the top left, for Vincent Keimer in the top right, and down in the bottom right, Amin Tabatabai looking to convert this win against Anish Giri. And if Giri loses and Dominguez loses, then Riyad Report makes his way through the candidates officially. It was pretty much locked up regardless, but it will be official if those 2 results hold.
Yes, and Robert, we do have here Parin winning the game against Aronian. So this is a big news for the Grand Prix. Levon Aronian is officially out from the Grand Prix circle.
That's correct. With that loss, it means that he cannot catch up to Hikaru Nakamura, because even if Hikaru loses this game, he will still split those points with Levon. Levon needed to win some. So unfortunately for Levon Aronian and his many fans, he is eliminated from contention for the candidates based on this loss. And we have Hikaru Nakamura. He had just played the move F5. All of White's pieces staring at the square. G takes F5 played. Bishop takes D5 by Hikaru. And after E takes D5, he throws his knight up the board and says, I'm justifying my pawn being out on G5. My knight can come to F4, and watch out. It might be my turn to strike against your king.
It's a very good plan. Counterplay that Osipenko might missed in this position. He found all these beautiful moves, knight sacrifices, knight F5, knight D5, but then he went a little bit slow, and Hikaru took the turn of the events. Robert, we have to take a look what happened in the game of Oparin and Aronian, and how Levon made a decision to resign there.
Okay, well, look at this position. The king on H8 in a world of trouble, and I'll show what could have happened. But first, that bishop A5 move once more, distracting the queen from D8, and after the take on G5, he took back Maketi, all of White's pieces going for the king.
Sorry to interrupt you, but this is so important. Anish Giri has also resigned. Tabatabai is the player qualified from Group D in the semifinals. So this is huge upset for Anish and for Anish fans. But Tabatabai, he's the one who goes to the semifinals from the group stage.
That's right. He forfeited his match in the Rapid Chess Championship knockout, but he did not forfeit his right to move on here at the Grand Prix. So that's official. Anish, Levon, they're out. And that leaves chances for Report, Nakamura, and Dominguez if he can somehow survive the game, which seems unlikely. But it's those 2 at the end there, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. They're rooting against Nakamura and for themselves, but it's looking increasingly unlikely for everybody not named Report and Nakamura to make their way to the candidates.
That's right. 3 big names out of the Grand Prix and out of the candidates 2022. This is just a bad day for these 3 players. As you know, after all, you're willing, and your goal is to play at the World Championship match and to become a world champion. And now they have to reschedule it sometime later. But we do have this game. We have to see what happened here, how Oparin used his chance to win this winning position against Aronian, and how the game ended. So let's continue from here.
Yeah, he played queen b6, attacking the pawn e3. Oparin says, take the pawn. It's not about material right now. My king will safely sit on h2. The pawn protects the knight on g5. So the rook came to d8, and after a trade of rooks, the black rook was distracted, and the king went to h2. So you can no longer take on e3 without dropping your knight on c7. So e4 was played, and rook d1, bringing another piece into the attack. And after queen to b8, rook c6 Ketty, the knight has to go. And once the knight goes, knight takes e6, hitting everything, rook g8, and knight g5 resigns because rook h6 followed by queen h7 is checkmate.
You can't avoid that checkmate in 2 moves. And there was the time when Aronian had to stop this clock. and admits that he lost this game, unfortunately, because of few bad decisions that he made in this game. But overall, Robert, he had an amazing tournament. He showed that he truly deserved the seat at the candidates tournament. It was just an unlucky game for him. But on the other hand, Grigory Oparin, he had an amazing tournament. I think he's one of the best players at the Grand Prix third leg.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic event, and it might not be over for him, because if Hikaru draws against Yesipenko, then there will be a tie-break match between the two tomorrow. So all that stands in the way between Hikaru and the candidates is first Andrei Yesipenko, and if that game ends in a draw, then it will be Grigory Oparin. So Hikaru's many, many fans out there, many of whom I'm sure are watching me say these very words, they're saying, hey, Grigory, you've played great. You've done well to knock off Levon. You better leave Hikaru alone.
That's right. But Robert, there is also another scenario. If Hikaru loses the game against Yesipenko, then Oparin is the one who's gonna get Group A, and this is gonna be second upset at this point, because in Group D, no one would thought at the beginning of the tournament that Tabatabai will go out of the group stage, and also in Group A, who would thought that Oparin could win this group? But this is still what if. But we have the game in progress on the second board of Group A, and this is pretty much a very important game. But let's see how Tabatabai here improved his position, and then Anish decided to resign.
Yeah, it was only a few moves. I mean, the position looks completely different, but after e5, the bishop went up to f5, the rook went to e6, and after queen e3, bring the rook over with check, and the queen to g4. So this king is caught in the corner, and there aren't too many pieces of whites that can help out. So he tried rook a3 to defend the third rank, and then f6 was played by Tabatabai. He wants to take this pawn on e5, open up more avenues for this bishop, coming around to b8 as well. And after e takes and rook g7, he resigned here, did Anish Giri, up a piece, because his pieces can't move. And the plan is actually quite straightforward for black. Let's say I make rook to b3. I'm going to play bishop b8, and you're going to make some ren move like b5, and I'm going to checkmate you down on g1. Sacrifice the queen, because the bishop on b8 takes care of the last legal square for the king.
That's right, Robert. There is another way to checkmate white's king. For instance, after f6 and white's move, black can play bishop to e4, and the threat is queen g1 checkmate. And if you take this bishop on e4, f takes e4, and if queen takes e4, then knight to f4 wins queen and will be checkmated next move.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the reason
there is a move here. There is a move here.
Yeah, he didn't do it right away, because after queen e4, there, of course, as you were saying, knight f2 check, and actually it's checkmate. But in this position, white doesn't have to take. He can play king h2, and suddenly this would have allowed white back in the game with his knight under attack and without the forks in the f2 square. So that's why, I mean, he saw that he could keep the position locked, played f6, and then you see the evaluation bar go right back down. White has no moves. There's nothing that white can shuffle at best, and it's still going to be checkmate.
That's right. f6 is just an amazing move to open up the diagonal b8 and h2. So that was the game over for Anish Giri, and congratulations to Tabatabai for this big achievement. I think this can be biggest in his chess career, as he won quite strong group at the Grand Prix. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check out the rest of the games. We do have here 3 games. 2 looks like equal, although hold on, Yesipenko could just sacrifice an exchange on f4.
Oh boy. Well, what happened in the last few moves? We got to check in on this game here, as Vincent Keimer still is on the verge of winning against Lenny Dominguez. Rook went to e1, the queen dropped back to g7, knight g4, and now the knight came into f4. So first, Yesipenko pushes the pawn, the queen runs away, and here's the exchange sacrifice black has to take. And Ketty, in this position, it is a knight and a very far advanced pawn for a rook. So this is one of those positions where either side could go wrong.
That's right, but I do like here White's position more because it's so hard to win here f6 pawn, and it's harder to win the knight here. So White will hold this position. Well, and what's the Black's plan? How Black is going to go against White's threats? Now, there can be some ideas with Queen h3 first to guard the knight, Queen h6, and Bishop Rook e8, e7. Still, Black's king is in danger.
Yeah, if this knight can be guarded for sure. And Black would like to trade off this rook. And even trading off this rook doesn't make Black's life that easy, because if you take with the rook on e8, that's going to be a huge blunder. It looks so natural just taking back with your rook. But after f7, I'm attacking your rook, threatening to promote, and threatening Queen f6 checkmate.
Oh, that's huge threat. Black can get over this. So what happens if Queen takes on e8? Is that a possibility here?
Yeah, and then I take another pawn for my sacrificed exchange. And this kind of position, maybe next, White could even think about Queen e6, trading the queens with all these passed pawns. And it says zeros because all positions are going to say zeros here. It must mean that there is a lot of checks to be had, and neither side should be able to win. But that's if the sides play perfectly.
That's right. All right, pawn is still on f4. White is thinking there. Robert, there is possibility to play rook to e6 here. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Okay, so my gut is like, well, why can't I just bring my rook to e8 and get rid of your rook here? And you see the eval bar go up. This is actually very surprising. But Queen d4, threatening f7, is going to be a checkmate against this king.
That's nice. I didn't know when I suggested rook e6, this could end in the way, as we can see right now, but feels like rook e6 is very active move. And also the fact that he's thinking, I thought maybe he's thinking something else, but no, he goes for queen to f4. He gets this pawn, and now it is Black to move. Robert, what happens if Black here makes natural moves like rook g8 and pins the knight on g5?
So you pin the knight. White has to play h3. And unfortunately for Black, you don't have h5. You want to put pressure on pinned pieces, but your king is in big trouble. So both f7 and rook e7 will be sufficient for a win, but f7 looks very strong. If your rook leaves the last rank, I get a queen. If your rook moves over, then you just get checkmated. So the Black king is in bad shape. You can't just push pawns in front of your king.
Yeah, that's right. Wow.
Yeah,
this
so
game is very interesting. Also, what is White's plan here? How White is going to win the game? We saw this. We mentioned h3 here, Queen h6, Rook e7, but this is 3 moves, and Black can also move around a little bit by the pieces and activate the queen, for instance, to start to give some checks.
I'm wondering what Hikaru's mindset is right here, because if he can find a way to win or play for a win without risk, he'll go for it. He played rook e8. So if the trades happen, I think White has to trade. If you move the rook somewhere else, then Black just controls the open file, and you have a rook for a knight, and the rook is well positioned. So if this trade happens and queen takes d6, if Hikaru can quickly find a draw, I wonder if he'll just go for that. Rook g8, have to play h3, and then h5 over here. This is looking very sharp with the pin of the knight. But I guess White has this move queen e6. And if you trade queens thinking, oh, I'm going to take your knight on g4, then the pawns start going, right? There are 2 of them here to march up the board. So e7, f7, e8 equals queen. And it actually matters which pawn you move.
Really? Because after f7, there is some way to save the game? King g7?
Yeah. King g7 is coming, but not right away, because king g7 takes. You do stop this pawn, but now there's a second pawn extra for White with a winning position. But you throw in this check first against this king. And if you take, then you'll see Black win, because Black's king will be closer and then go for the queenside pawns over here. So it's like a very funny position, honestly, where you don't see it very often. where you get something like this, and now we get a trade, and okay, it's you go for this pawn, the king runs
it's
that
equal,
way.
Robert.
Yeah, all positions are equal, and maybe that's the only way towards equality for white. In which case, this is a very risky situation for Yesipenko to be in. We have the benefit of the eval bar. Andre doesn't, and it's moved 34. He could go wrong any move right now.
That's right. And Andre is down to 4 minutes. He has to make next moves rather fast. And we cannot say that his position is also safe here. We can see some magic from Hikaru's side here. As you mentioned, Robert, if they keep the rooks on the board and the black is the one who controls the file, then queen can come on the dark squares and give some checks, and that can get really ugly for black as well. So we're waiting for the moves to happen here, and meanwhile we'll take this opportunity to check out the other games which are still in progress. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check out what happens in the game of Vincent Kmar and Lenir Dominguez, and later we can check game of Wesley and Alexander.
Well, Wesley and Predke, they look like it's relatively balanced, but the top right between Dominguez and Keimer, it's just an extra exchange for the German teenager here. And for Dominguez, his chances of going through and thus his chances of making the candidates are about to be gone. It's a clear extra exchange for white, and this should not be difficult for Keimer to mop this one up. He is going to use his rook on the active lines and then go after the queen side eventually. He just needs to make sure he doesn't blunder anything, and he's got this game.
He got this game. Knight h5 now. Yeah.
Sorry, we have to go back to the game between Hikaru and Vincent. I mean, there's just, Yesipenko. Vincent's doing well, but this game, the move Rook F1. I was just asking you, Ketty, trading E8, you can't calculate that whole variation because the only thing to do at this moment and this point here after H3, H5, the only move probably is Queen E6, and evaluating all this in your head without the the bar, without the ability to make your moves and take them back. It's just not happening when you have a few minutes in your clock. So Rook F1 was the move by Andre, and now he's much worse.
He's much worse. Is there moves something like Rook G8? There is something very fast happening here. Or it can be C takes D5, C takes D5, and then activate the queen.
Yeah, the queen can just sit on F7, yeah, and then even come out this way.
Block the F6 pawn. Wow, this move, Rook F1, seems to be really peaceful and okay move, but actually it can change a lot here. And especially if Andre finds himself in difficult times, he has no time on the clock. They have still to make a lot of moves, and this is not the position that you feel safe with this time, 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, F7 is a huge threat. And that's why my instinct is to just block that square, because if you take on D5 first, that gives white the time to play F7. And okay, Hikaru can just sacrifice the rook, otherwise it's checkmate. Queen F6 is checkmate, or Queen D4 is going to be a similar checkmating plan. And takes, Queen takes, the knight is loose here. Black can never lose this position, but we can see with the evaluation bar, it's also not winning after Queen E4 check. We can block with Rook F3, and we have a drawing mechanism of our own.
Yeah, that's right. But Black can also start with Queen F7 first, right? To stop the F pawn coming forward and hit the pawn on D5. That's also possible. You give up D6 pawn, but now as the rooks are on the board, this might be better for Black, because in many variations, Rook F8 is not hanging, as it has a friend next to it and it guards the rook.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge moment for Hikaru, because you don't care about individual pawns so much as Black's already ahead by material. And suddenly this king on H8 might be safer than the king on G1. That's a surprise. But with a rook coming to G8 and the position opening up, the rooks will be very strong. So Queen F7, if you take on D6, you're going to see the evaluation bar take a dive, I believe, with Rook G8 or Queen G6 and H5 coming your way in a moment. And no, this is turning south for Andre Yesipenko, which means that Hikaru Nakamura, believe it or not, he might be able to win his group without a tiebreak.
It can be very possible after last move of Andre's as he gives now the chance for Hikaru, and we have seen his games at this tournament. Whenever his chances, he's not missing them at all.
No, and Hikaru has plenty of time, but the position is complex. It's not like you just have an easy way forward. You just make a few moves, you win the game. So that's where the evaluation mark can be a bit misleading. Minus 2.6, that sounds like a lot, but one inaccuracy and suddenly the bar drops down. Even as we were talking about, C takes D5, it goes from minus 2.6 to about minus 0.3 of a pawn, which is not that much, which means that white is surviving. So we'll see if Hikaru finds queen f7 and the game does continue from there. I mean, this position doesn't look that clean for black with the kings where they are.
That's right. We have to wait here. We have to wait here for Hikaru's move. We still the life board, the small life board here, and any moment we see the move, we can come back. But before Hikaru is taking his time, Robert, I think he will take here some time as he has 12 minutes on the clock. He will invest it because he knows this is a mistake here to keep the rooks on the board. So we can bring the bird's eye view. If something interesting happens in here, we're coming back right away. And now we have another 2 games in progress. Dominguez is struggling without an exchange on the board, and it's just a matter of the time. And the other game, Wesley So and Protke, is more balanced. And Robert, if this game ends in a draw, we might have tiebreakers in Group C.
Yeah, we could have tiebreaker in Group C, but I guess where my mind is at is that none of the other groups matter if Hikaru wins, because if Hikaru wins, anybody else can win their group. It's just Hikaru makes his way the candidates, so the players are playing for nothing. Just one of these moments where everyone's eyes are on Hikaru's game.
That's right. We're waiting the move from him. He spent already like 2-3 minutes to find out here the best move, and he can go for it. He can totally go for it. Robert, what happens if here Hikaru decides to activate his rook on the second rank move, like rook e2, for instance? Is that any good?
Rook e2, it looks like you're going for an attack, but I'm still worried about this king. And yeah, I guess f7 with the dual threats of queen f6 and queen d4 is a problem for this king in the corner. So yeah, you have to take care of your own king before going after white's king.
Right, and if black here sees this threat f7, maybe then queen f7 is the move that he can easily play.
Ooh, actually, you know what? It's funny is I was just thinking rook takes f7. That might be good for black because queen f7 is leading to checkmate in 2 moves. So it does look like the white queen is overloaded, and tactics, puzzle rush, all that stuff is important. The queen just slides over because if the king starts running, there's knight h6 check. And it looks like Hikaru did put his queen on f7. These lines are irrelevant because he says no pawn push for you, and queen f7, Yasipenko down to his final 3 minutes.
That's right. And we had a question, what if rook f7 here and the rook stops the pawn going forward? And the difference between queen f7 and rook f7 is that after knight h6 move, which attacks the queen and can attack the rook, now black has queen g6, very important check, or yeah, you can give this check and it can be decisive in here, and black can start to be very active. Rook e4, rook e2, also a possibility here. Yeah. That's the main difference here. So Hikaru also not only stops the pawn f6, but also brings the queen on the king side and says like, okay, your king is in fact in danger now because I have queen and 2 rooks on the board.
That's right. I mean, your point is a good one. After rook f7, knight h6, the rook is under attack, and if it goes back, then I play f7 again, and I'm still going to go for the same exact checkmate pattern. So that's why the queen went to f7, the king went to h1. And Keddy, I think now Hikaru can successfully take this pawn on d5. The queen is making sure this king is safe. So even if the queen is kicked out of here with queen g6, which threatens, by the way, queen e4 check, after f7, the rook comes to e4, and you have no checks for this queen on f4. You can't get the queen to a1 quickly enough.
Yeah, that's a good decision to bring the queen on the king side. This queen took so much opportunity from white. Robert, if black captures too much of the white's pawns, then in the end he can also think of give a rook back to knight and f6 pawn and go to the safe endgame, where is winning chances for black.
And Hikaru is thinking about those kind of decisions. He plays queen g6, immediate threat of rook e4. And Keddy's right that sometimes when you're up material, you think, should I give some of it back for a different kind of advantage? Instead of material advantage, maybe an activity edge. And queen g6 played by Hikaru. Andre down to his final 2.5 minutes. And rook e4 is a deadly threat. And h3, I mean, that's too quiet of a move. Even queen e4 check is on my mind. So, Keddy, what does White do here to give himself any chances?
I don't know. That's also tough situation for White. These threats of what Black has is really serious, and yeah, White lose some opportunities here. What I can see now, we have 36 moves, and they have to make 4 more moves until the time increment, which is 30 minutes. That's what Andre needs right now, to have this 30 minutes and to find the only moves here to save the game. But he has less than 2 minutes and he has to make 4 last moves. Very important last move, not easy to spot them.
No, I think what's going to happen here is Andre is going to be the first person to congratulate Hikaru Nakamura on making the candidates tournament. I don't see a way to survive this position. The eval bar says minus 2.4. I think it's even trickier now than that for White. He was rook to g1, and there it plummets even more. And Keddy, queen e4 check is what I think Andre wants to see, because now after this trade, there's knight h6. You can't take the pawn without rook g8 being a mate. And if you try to protect this, look at this checkmate. Rook g8 check, rook takes, knight f7, smothered checkmate.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful checkmate. 1 knight against 2 rooks. This is simply beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave that for a moment, just to let that sink in. That's such a rare checkmate to be able to accomplish. And that just goes to show that trading queens, when you're up material, you should think about the position, not just the principle. So queen e4 check is not happening. h5 played by Hikaru. That's such a risky move to play when your king is on h8. But once the knight moves away, down goes f6. And once f6 is taken, the attack is out the window. Black is going to win this game.
He did not spend a second for it. He never allowed Andre to use his time and find some ideas here. Blitz out, move h5, knight is hanging. And the knight, if knight moves, then will be queen f6, as we mentioned. But also, Robert, there will be no beautiful checkmates anymore for Black's king, because now Black's king has more space to move around. I love move h5.
And know whose king doesn't have space is White's. If you play knight f2 to stop the queen trade on e4, after queen takes f6, you would hope that, let me go queen d2, please take my knight, just please do this, I beg you, because queen h6 is checkmate against the Black king. But the problem for the White king in the corner is after queen f3 check, the rook has to block the g2. And after rook f6, the next rook is coming over. This king is in big trouble itself, not to mention rook e2 as another option. So Black's king suddenly safer than White's.
Yeah, I don't even remember where the things got so ugly here for White, but h5 is on the board. 30 seconds on the clock for Andre. He's in the worst situation right now. He has to make 3 more moves, but by that moves, he might have already losing game, and he might be about to resign. 18 seconds. Oh my God, he has to make a move. He doesn't want to flag.
No, he's done. He's done for. And this has been a theme in the matchup between Yesipenko and Nakamura. Yesipenko in the first Grand Prix leg had the white piece against Hikaru, had a huge advantage, couldn't convert it. In the first game between them here in the third Grand Prix, when Yesipenko was black, big advantage. Hikaru was resourceful, defended like an absolute all-star. And now in this final game, it was a back and forth, topsy-turvy matchup, but Hikaru making moves like G5, then F5, a superstar game by Hikaru. And right now, he just needs to take this pawn on F6, because once that pawn is gone, so are White's chances in this game.
That's right. And then Black can safely trade the queens and win, outplay whites with that extra exchange. Look at this time, 31 seconds for Andre. He made a move on 1 second. That is because he was not sure for his next moves. And also this shows to us that he is just losing the game and he knows he's losing the game. Robert, is there any tricks here after Queen F6 move? Oh, he takes Rook F6.
Oh, stylish. Rook takes F6, giving up his queen for White's queen, and he wants Queen E4 check next. And the Rook helps defend the king if anything were to happen. I think Andre is about to resign, so we may just see the moment where Hikaru Nakamura, he stamps his ticket to the Candidates Express and makes his way to Madrid in the summer.
Oh, that's amazing. Rook F6. Also, this last move is just so fancy. Yeah, he did this for his chat for sure. He did this for his fans and his supporters.
It's over. It's over. It's done. Yeah. He wins, and he is making the Candidates tournament. Hikaru Nakamura gains 7 points out of his group, and that means everybody else is eliminated. It's Rehard Report. It's Hikaru Nakamura. It's Candidates 2022 in Madrid. Ketty, we got to congratulate those two players.
We have to congratulations to these two players and to their fans. But what a turn of the events, Robert. What the turn of the events. They left no chance anyone to fight for the most important prize at the Grand Prix, the Candidates Tournament 2022.
Wow, an unbelievable performance in this one by Hikaru Nakamura. We have to remember, he lost his first game against Levon Aronian. He then drew 2 very shaky games against Oparin and Yesipenko, and then he wins 3 in a row. He goes Turkey. He says, give me the trifecta. This is my event. I am Hikaru Nakamura, and I am nobody but myself. And he is a streamer. Yes, he is a chess player as well. And now he is in the Candidates tournament.
That is huge. Player who has not played classical chess for a long time. He says, you know what? I am strong and I deserve this. I'll come, I will play this tournament, I will qualify and watch me. And here we saw beautiful, beautiful games by Hikaru. He's in perfect shape. I would be really scared if I am the rest of the candidates at this year. He is too strong. He's just too strong.
You know, I'm not sure if I would be that scared because they're all also very strong. But Hikaru, you know, he's Hikaru. He's a beast. He's been winning all these online events. And now he's showing all the doubters who said, why would he get a wild card into the candidates? He doesn't deserve it. He's just a streamer. He doesn't take it seriously. And the answer is you can do multiple things. You can both take a streaming career seriously and play chess seriously. He's proving that. He is welcoming so many people to the game of chess. The amount of people who say, oh, I watched that guy on Twitch. He has helped me get better at chess. I've found enjoyment in it. He is making the world of chess a more accessible place to many. So congratulations are in order to Hikaru Nakamura. And of course, to Rehard Report, who dominated his 2 Grand Prix legs, was a formidable foe, won the second one by taking a huge risk against Andrekin in the final. So we should not forget about him. But right now it's Hikaru's day, and he is making his way through the candidates. Unless Lenny Dominguez wins this position with black, then wins the tiebreaker against Mamedyarov, and then, makes his way all the way to the final. But E6, and his position is, well, it's losing.
No, this is impossible to save here with black pieces, and that can be the last hope here for Dominguez after the move E6. He will probably lose the bishop on F8 next move, or he cannot really save this bishop over here. So what a day, Robert! What a day! Who thought that the Grand Prix could end right now after 6 rounds?
Very unexpected, and that makes the rest of the competition, I don't want to say it, I don't like using this terminology, but kind of pointless. They're playing for some prize money, and the players, of course, like Amin Tabatabai, and if Vincent Keimer wins, that's very important to them. But most of these players came here to make the candidates, and if they can't do that anymore, they're like, why am I even playing? I mean, what's going on here? So e6 was the move by Vincent Kammer. The knight went from b4 to c6. Let's not hang our rook here. If you are Vincent, and well, many moves will continue to keep black in this nasty looking pin. So Vincent, he needs to convert this though, because if he doesn't, Dominguez still has a chance, a very outside chance, but one nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right. But rook c8 has been played right now. The rook is not under attack. If you play knight e7, then the rook will go on e8, or rook can go on a8, and all these pawns are hanging. There is still no hope for black to survive in here. But some more moves has to be played by Vincent, and he has 3 minutes right now. And how many moves they have to make? Just 3 more moves, Robert.
Yes, and Dominguez down to his final seconds, and he just is going to struggle to find a single move. He goes knight e7. I like the move rook a8, and it's played very quickly. These pawns are going to be lost, and there's some outside hope for black to survive if these pawns get traded here for each other, and then black is down in exchange on the king side. It's losing, but you can hold out hope that maybe Vincent will make some kind of error. It's too straightforward for white. I don't see Vincent going wrong.
Right. Robert, here, if black plays to unpin the bishop on f8 and goes king to g7, this will fall for knight e8 check, knight f6 check, knight d7, and you are losing a piece.
Wow, that's actually a nice knight store, winning the bishop that is not able to move thanks to its own pieces. So h5 was the choice of Dominguez. He's trying to give up this pawn on a6 to distract the rook from the pin on the last rank, and that should still be sufficient for white to then win this pawn as well. But this is a situation where Dominguez is just trying to keep his remaining 2 pawns. If the pawns are the same side of the board, he believes he has good chances to, not necessarily good chances, but has some chances to survive.
Yeah, that's actually what he wants to survive here, and then to have the tiebreakers tomorrow against Shahriar Mammadiro, and then he will be still in the business. He will still be trying to qualify for the candidates tournament. But first, this game has to go to his way.
And Vincent, he has time even before move 40. Once he reaches move 40, he'll have additional 30 minutes on the clock. And I'm just trying to think, let's say these knights get traded. How can I force that? Okay, king e2, but I'm just trying to get these knights off the board somehow. If I go here.
Robert, meanwhile, the other game of Wesley So ended in a draw, and this means that this group now, we do have 2 leaders.
That's right. So Wesley and Sam Shanklin will have a playoff tomorrow. They are eliminated from the competition of making the candidates, but they will like to make their way through, especially for Sam Shanklin. He is playing a very good tournament. He's gaining rating points. He would like to see his tournament continue. But for Wesley, I'm sure there's some disappointment based on his earlier Grand Prix performance when he lost the tiebreakers to Dominguez, and now he will have another tiebreak situation. But the playoff, it's not for the postseason. It's for him just for more chess and a bit more of the prize fund.
That's right. Well, what played really quickly with the king now, king is in the center. Is he going to bring this king somewhere to on the king side and then try to checkmate or win the bishop? King d5 looks very nice, square. King f6.
You asked if he was going for checkmate. The king might walk up the board here, and these pawns aren't going anywhere. So I like Vincent's decision to leave the pawns where they were, because this pin is frustrating to deal with. And b4, saying, go take me over here. That will let me get my king out from this back rank pin. I still don't think that black is going to survive, but at least it gives him some hope of activation.
Yeah, that's right. I do love this idea, Robert. King e4, king e5, king f6. I want to take the f7 pawn. If you take, I'll take with a knight and your bishop is pinned. But it's gonna take some time. You need 3 moves for it, and black will push the b pawn, like b3, just to get the attention of white's pieces.
Yes, and actually king e5 is one of those moves you hope that you get there in time, but after b2, let's say I don't make b2, I play h4. The whole point of bringing the king up was to attack this pawn on f7, and if you take, which white has been waiting for black to take forever, this bishop is pinned and now it's lost. So that's why we're thinking about bringing the king up, and that's exactly why Dominguez has pushed the pawn to b4 and will continue pushing it.
That's right. All right, this is the last game for today. The other games has been ended, and we're gonna have, we're gonna spend all the time here. So once again, let's bring the graphics in here. We do have last 3 players now clicked. Richard has already qualified, Nakamura, and there is also Dominguez on the list. If he managed to win this and wins the Grand Prix points, then he can also fight together with these 2 players.
Yeah, he has a very outside chance if he survives this game. That's maybe the most difficult part of this entire equation, is he needs to not lose the position that he has right now. And then he needs to, if he draws this, he needs to beat Mamedyarov in a playoff. And then he needs to win in the knockout, and he'll play against Hikaru. So then he has to beat Hikaru, and then he needs to beat whoever he faces in the final. And then all that being said and done, he needs to somehow have better tiebreaks than other people, which sounds very unlikely given his score is only going to be at maximum 3.5 out of 6 in this one, and need 4 out of 6 in the first one. So there might be one situation where Dominguez makes it, but it, first of all, 100% requires him to survive this position, which looks losing.
Yeah, it looks losing, but they just hit the time control. They played 14 moves. This means that they're gonna take some time here, both players, which gives us some time to understand what is happening and get some energy and come back, and we can cover rest of the game with after that. So you guys don't go anywhere, because still a lot of things can happen at the Grand Prix. See you soon.
Magnus Carlsen is on the brink of adding 5-time to his World Chess Championship resume. Will today be the day, or does the challenger keep us here just a little bit longer and maybe start the comeback story we're looking for?
In the Italian game, there are often lines where you have a variety of choices from the white side that also keep the pressure lasting. Maybe Jan does have some sort of tactical variation in mind.
He played G3?
Oh my gosh. It could just be him saying, like, he understands this is the match, and he figures going for the exchange sacrifice is his only chance to do something. I'm trying to justify the fact that G3 is a horrific blunder, and white is going to lose the game within the next 10 moves. This is just unbelievable. This is Magnus at his best, and a very difficult task for Jan Nepomniachtchi as the challenger.
The dominating storyline right now is blunder after blunder, and it just feels like it was gift wrapped to Magnus, and that's not how I ever want to remember any sort of chess match.
What now feels inevitable, but ironically, of all of Magnus's wins, the clinching game for the title may ultimately prove his most inaccurate game, just because he had so many ways to win, and this became a bit wild here toward the end.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and we do have 6 round in here at the last leg of the tournament, but we already have a lot of players just out of the competition, and you can see big names over here. Levon Aronian had amazing last leg, but he lost the game today. Anish Giri is also out, Emil is out, Wesley So is out, and Shahbar Mamadiro is out. We do have Richard Rapport, Hikaru Nakamura, and Leonard Dominguez still fighting for the last 2 seats at the candidates tournament. And Robert, this is the score we have for now.
Well, we know that Hikaru Nakamura gained 7 points because he won his group. He'll be at 20. And the only person who can catch him is Leonard Dominguez. We were doing some math, working out the tie breaks. The only way Hikaru doesn't make it is if Leonard doesn't lose the game that we're seeing right now. Then he needs to beat Mamadjarov in the playoff, where Mamadjarov is probably a slight favorite. Then he needs to beat Hikaru 2-0 in the semifinals, and then probably also win at least 1.5, or maybe 2-0 in the final. So as you can tell, it's a very easy path towards the candidates for Leonard Dominguez. He naturally is the favorite to make it. No, of course not. Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport have pretty much locked it up, with the exception being this one freak scenario where Dominguez beats everybody all of a sudden, and then he makes it.
Yeah, but now we're talking about this position. He has the problem on the board. He first needs to save this game, either win or to make a draw, and then we're going to have a lot of what ifs. But this is currently the situation. They have half an hour on the clock. This is extra time that they can get after 40 moves. And Robert, is there any practical chances here for Dominguez to save the game?
Not looking very good. And I was just thinking about various checkmates that could happen. So in this position, I'm already looking at 98 check, because if the king goes back to, you don't want to lose this pawn. You don't want to like move your king to the H file and lose that pawn, because then you give a pass pawn. But I'm looking at like rook A7, because if you take this pawn, there's this good old checkmate.
Wow, you delivered a lot of checkmates today by the rooks. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful checkmate.
So in this situation, you have to put something on E7, I guess, to block here. But if you move the bishop to E7, then G4 kicks the knight away and you lose the bishop. And if you bring the knight to E7, this check, this looks so... Now your knight D7 move, actually, and rook A8.
Yeah, king cannot leave the bishop alone there. King can go on the side because it's hanging. If king goes on G8, then rook 8 wins and pins this bishop, and knight cannot really help here. It's knight C6, rook C7, knight goes on F5. Then we're gonna have just knight move away, pin the F pawn, and win the pawn. So
yeah, 95 is keeping more pieces, probably the best.
There's a check on the board. 98 has been played. Then king goes to G8. This is currently the position. Oh no, king is still on G7. That was my imagination.
Yeah, but the king did go to G8. Now your imagination is correct. And rook A7 looks devastating.
Oof. Okay, so it needs to move that Vincent can find here indeed. This idea, Robert, knight f6, knight d7 might not be so precise as now. Bishop is free to move away. Can be still possible, but not the best way.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop can go on d6, and yeah, it's a bit different now. Knight is on a5, not on e7, so black cannot win. But I love move rook e7 there.
I almost have an idea. So I want to bring my knight to d7, like you've been showing. but it doesn't work here. But I almost want to play this with e7, but the bishop can take, because if the knight takes, then we get this sequence that you found earlier of trapping the bishop. So I wanted to fill the square, and it looks like when I do that, that the bishop can't take because you're opening up your king, but it's just one check. So it doesn't work out for white. But sometimes you fill the square to make a tactic work. Here, it is not actually panning out.
That's right. Maybe white can try something like g4 to kick this knight from f5. If knight goes on e7, then we know what's going to happen. If knight goes on the sides, it will be just too far. Knight d6 is impossible now. Knight takes d6. Pins the bishop is winning. e3 is occupied. d3 is under the control. You don't really want to play knight g3. It's just too far. And yeah, knight h4 is also just not pretty looking move. What is that? Knight g7 loses the game to knight f6. Check. It's another checkmate. Just for collection. And yeah, knight h6 can be played here.
And this somehow is like, it's so close to winning, but oh, now it works. This is brilliant. Ketty, we put it together. G5 now. If you play knight f5, I now have e7 because you can't take with a bishop. As after bishop takes, knight f6 check, my knight is defended. It's anchored in by the pawn, and the pawn takes away the h6 square. So it's double check to your king. The king has to move up the board, only save square, and then rook g8 is checkmate.
Yay! Yay! Teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work. So kicking the knight away and then playing e7, it works because after knight takes e7, we have check, king here, and knight d7, and give me your bishop. It's trapped. We did it.
We did it. And white going to have extra rook. And no matter how many pawns black has, they are not connected. They will be captured, and it will be just slow, but still very bad position for black, and black cannot survive.
No, this pawn on g5 is very useful in helping white's attack. So g4 looks very strong. Rook a7, you can't complain about this move because after pawn takes, we mentioned this checkmate. And if you play knight h6 to defend, then there's even e7, just pushing that pawn. You're going to have to sacrifice your bishop for it. So I think that Vincent, that's what we're talking about, right? Some positions are complicated. It says +4, but you can make a mistake and then your opponent gets back in the game. G4, rook a7, knight f6 check first. All these moves seem to be winning for white. So Vincent should be able to convert this without too much difficulty, even if he spends time figuring it out.
Yeah, that's right. G4 looks more like natural move. You kick this knight from this square. There's not many good squares, but rook a7 is just so easy win for white. It wins in like next 2-3 moves. And black will has to resign for sure when he has no rook on the board. Wow, let's wait what will be the decision here by Vincent, who has a really nice tournament, and he makes happy his local fans. And Robert, I saw some footage from Berlin, and before the entrance at the playing venue, there was a footage that Vincent, G4 has been played. Vincent was signing on the papers and giving signatures to his fans, and this is amazing to see something like this is happening to chess.
Yeah, it's really great. You know, he's the hometown hero in Germany, playing on local turf, and right now he's making everybody proud. And he's about to win this game, go to +1 in his group, gain those rating points, those precious points as he tries to get to 2,700. And speaking of precious points, if Dominguez loses this game, I'm pretty sure Hikaru passes him by rating, and Hikaru may be just outside the top 10 in the world. Hikaru at his peak was number 2 back in 2016, I want to say. So Hikaru's rating nearing 2760 once again. He is not to be taken lightly.
We did not really expect this. Let's bring it on the screen right now. 2750, 17th rank, and he is 34 years old. And I don't know what nickname he has, but he is really good at chess and also at streaming. So you can't ask any better ambassador of the game. And yeah, big congratulations for this win to Hikaru. And we have now in this game knight already to h6. Do you think we're gonna have this funny looking checkmate after g5, knight f6, e7, and rook g8?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see checkmate, but I think we might see this exact variation. And well, Dominguez has to play on in an individual tournament where there's no candidate spot at stake. Maybe he would just say, I'm going to lose. I'll just throw in the towel. But he needs to play on. If he draws this game, and you can't draw if you resign, then he gets to play against Mamedyarov for a spot in the final four. But yeah, here he's facing g5 and seems to be very direct.
Yeah, that's what. And Vincent has 27 minutes to find it out, and he will not have any struggle. Before that, let's bring once again the prize fund on the screen. As very likely Dominguez will be out of the competition, and we're going to have two players at the candidates tournament. Now it comes to the prize fund. Now they have to fight for the best, and they are having very good chances to all of them to get the maximum prize fund, and the winner will get 24,000 euros and runner-up will get 18,000 euros, and all the semi-finalists gonna get 12,000 euros. This is really, really good money to be taken from the Grand Prix indeed. And here we have still white thinking.
Yes, Vincent wants to convert this. He wants his chance at that big payday. He's only 17 years old, but he wants to win a pretty penny. And g5 looks like it's the move. And we're showing these lines after knight f5 to e7, winning a piece because the bishop can't take with the checkmate happening on the g8 square next. And if the knight takes, well, the bishop is trapped after this sequence. So I think Vincent, he just double, triple checking, doesn't want to lose the thread at this late stage, and he is going to play this move, I believe.
Yeah, Robert, just imagine at the age of 17, you were able to win 12,000 euros at least.
I did.
Friends should be great.
I did. So yeah, I can't imagine it because it happened. But yeah, it's a rare occurrence for sure. And chess historically, and there's g5 was played, but there's not that much money, if we're being honest, historically in chess. And so it's great to see Hikaru and others bring so many eyeballs to the game so that the prize funds can continue to grow, that more and more players can make a stable living from playing the game that they love.
Yes, and we do need more and more sponsors to invest in chess, as it is a beautiful game. But many of the players are talking about the financial points there that they can earn from somewhere else more than by playing the tournaments, which is kind of sad, as those are the players who are creating nowadays all this all the things in chess, and they don't have the opportunities to sacrifice themselves for chess only, but they have to find some other ways to earn some money as well. All right, g5, knight to f5 is on the board, and knight f6 should be the next move here. Knight or e7 is also possible or not? Is there any difference here by e7 and knight f6?
I guess not, because knight f6, king g7, e7, the knight still has to take because of that checkmate on g8. So yeah, no, it's no
difference.
Yeah, it looks like it's the same exact variation. And yeah, I think Vincent, he's going to steal that bishop. And now there's going to be a bunch of pawns. So he's going to have to win the bishop, then chase down all those remaining pawns. e7 has been played by him. And yeah, he's well on his way to this victory.
Yeah, and Dominguez, he had a good chance to win against Vincent in the obstacle bishop endgame, but he missed this chance. But here, Vincent, he never missed his own chances here in this game. The moment, but also Robert, Dominguez made such a huge mistake in the middle game. He just blundered huge material.
Yeah, we can go back to that moment to remind our viewers how it all happened. After knight e5 was played, trying to rip open the king side, Dominguez said, yeah, my king's going to be open. I'll let you get after the king by taking on e5, which was really a bad mistake. He needed to play bishop e8 and be satisfied. Although how could you be satisfied with his pawn structure, but be satisfied with a worse position, but not a lost position. Instead, he took on e5, and after takes, knight takes e3. Look at this move, by the way. Bishop d4 by Vincent. If he took on e3, then you start losing your pieces, and you're down some material. So he went bishop d4. This queen is under attack, and after the trade, too many of Black's pieces were threatened.
And that's the way how Vincent won an exchange here in this game, and then he slowly outplayed Dominguez, and we also can see head-to-head results. Seems like they had not played any game before the Grand Prix, and they played just one classical game, and it was draw. And now Vincent can take a lead in this match after winning the game against Dominguez.
Mm-hmm. And he just was able to press forward in a very nice way. He first gave up his queenside pawns to pin that bishop on f8. And as we see how the game went on, the king could not escape that pin. And it was long lasting. And as we go to the game position, we see the move e7 was played. And perhaps Dominguez will say enough is enough. Or he'll take on e7 with the knight, go down that piece, and try for as long as possible.
I think he'll try, because we have seen him playing so long. The first game between these two players, 80 moves in the dead draw position. I think he'll try here. What do you think?
Yeah, I could see frustration building and just being, I'm done with this. I have no shot. But, if you lose the game, then you can't do anything but have a 0 next to your name. So I think that he might as well try if he's feeling up for it. But objectively speaking, after knight e7, knight f6 check, and then knight to d7 here, you're losing this bishop. And the best that Black can hope for is to win this pawn on e5. And I'm not even sure you're able to do that. Rook takes, I guess you are. The knight checks here, and then you go after this pawn. So you get that final pawn. But once the queen side is taken, should just be a win for white.
Yeah, that's right. Black can go for this pawn, but should not be really hard for white to put pieces together and then try to trade the knights off the board, and it's going to be just easy. But before that, white will go on the queen side and going to start to collect the pawns. So yeah, it's just a matter of time.
Okay, so Dominguez, there's nothing to consider. The only considerations are, do I resign now or do I play knight takes e7? And other moves do not exist.
Other options do not exist. That's right. It's also so hard to give up all your hopes and stop the clock. That's the hardest part for me when I play chess, and when I lose the game, that is truly the hardest part, to stop the clock and just shut down all my hopes in the game. And that's the process now Dominguez is having. I'm not sure that he's now calculating any variations, that, okay, I'll give a bishop, then I'll try this to take this pawn and so on and so on. No, he's not doing that.
Yeah, there's nothing to actually calculate, as you're saying. And yeah, here he's just thinking, when I get to that position, I take that final pawn, will there be an opportunity to make a draw? The answer seems to be no, but maybe he's just going to sit on this for a couple more minutes, and yeah, he might just it's over. It's over. So Hikaru Nakamura, Rehard Report, they officially make their way through to the candidates. There are no more possible mathematical scenarios where they don't make it. It is a done deal. Ketty, it's Report, it's Nakamura. They will take part in the candidates.
They will do, and look at this photos. Both of them smiling, being happy. I don't know where these photos were captured, but this is for sure how they are looking, or at least feeling today, right now, after seeing the last game and the last result. There is no way that anyone can take their spot from the Candidates Tournament 2022, which will happen in June in Madrid. But we have to keep the game still going on. Let's take a look at the Crows table and check out what happened today.
Well, really, the most important thing that happened today was that, let me think about this. What was the most? Oh, yeah. Hikaru Nakamura won his game while Levon Aronian lost to Grigorio Parin. So Grigorio Parin deserves a bottle of champagne from Hikaru because he cleared the path for Nakamura to make it through to the KO and through to the candidates, but elsewhere, I couldn't even speak anymore. We see that there are a couple ties in Group B and Group C, so there will be playoffs tomorrow to determine who makes it to the knockout stage.
That's right. I was actually thinking, Robert, maybe Nakamura can give some special VIP badge to operate on his channel for 1 year, because that's the work that Operin did by beating Aronian to Hikaru. Let's take a look. What is the tiebreak rules? What is the format, and how many games we're gonna play, Robert? We're gonna see. We are not going to play. Me and you, definitely.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to play. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to sit here and talk about chess, but there will be 2 rapid games at the time, which are 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. If those games are split 1-1, we'll get 2 blitz games with 3-minute and 2-second increment. And finally, if we have more ties, more drama, more Armageddon, we love Armageddon, but we also, at least I think most people do, they love Ding Liren.
Yes, and there is a huge news from Ding Liren, as he is so busy to play a lot of chess games, and this is the statement that he made just a few hours ago already. Ding Liren, since today the new world number 2 again, informed us that he will play a total 28 games in China before April 25, which means that he will reach 30 rated games and he will be eligible for qualifying for the Candidates Tournament 2022. That's a great news for Ding and his fans, indeed.
It's very bad news for Levon Aronian, who lost rating points from this event by losing this last game. He won't make it to the Candidates to the Grand Prix, and by rating, it's very unlikely considering he's down 25 rating points to Ding Liren. So maybe, just maybe, there could be a match scheduled. I'm not trying to create more drama. What if Levon flies to China?
Ideas.
If Levon gets to go to China to play a match with Ding Liren, who says no? I mean, that sounds fun, right?
It sounds. Do you think he will take this chance? Like to 1-1 match?
Why not? It sounds awesome for all of the chess fans in the world. If you're Ding Liren, you probably don't really want that match because you're ahead by rating and now somebody can beat you directly. But with, all due respect to Levon Aronian and everybody else who wants to make it by rating, Ding Liren has been a mainstay at that 2,700 level for a long time. And sure, he hasn't been able to play and compete in the biggest events, but Ding Liren is a monster. People can forget about it, but they shouldn't, because he is such a fantastic player. He is a great person, and he's done everything right. He just has had tough circumstances, and he is going to try to make his way to the candidates by having the highest rating come the deadline.
Yeah, I agree with that, Robert. I felt every time I learned that he was out from the tournament, he was not given any chances. But now seems like they put the things together in China and they are working on it. We still don't know. He has to win the games. It's just not guaranteed. Yet he has to win the games, as he has to hold his rating at the point as it is now. And all right, let's now try to summarize the day. It is so many things happens today, Robert. So many things.
Yeah, and now I'm just thinking, does Garry Kasparov want a shot in the candidates? Because he can just go play a 30 games in a month. You go play at a local club and play lower rated people, just win all these games and keep your rating. If it's one rating list, hey, come on, Gary, take your shot.
Robert, you already found 3 players for a very strong round robin tournament. So Aronian, Ding, and Kasparov. There can be more interested in these matches.
I mean, why not? I'm sure Fabiano would want to play in that, even though he's already qualified. That sounds like an excellent idea. Maybe get Kramnik out of retirement for a month, but let's get how many round robin do we need that tournament to be? To get 30 games for Kasparov. That's at least, well, you need you need a lot of games. Play the same opponent like 8 times. That's too much. But all jokes aside, Dingley Ren is seriously contending for that rating spot. Levon Aronian, I don't know where he'll be able to play. And even if he does play, how is he going to gain all the rating necessary to catch up to Dingley Ren? It seems too difficult, insurmountable lead in the rating list.
That's right, Robert. Unfortunately, this is not a day for Levon Aronian. He played amazing games, but was a bit unlucky today. Oparin also, on the other hand, showed his best. We're going to remember this name for a long time as we saw brilliant games from Oparin too, but Hikaru, he made a magic. He made a magic, and also the other games. Tabatabai beat Anish Giri, and it's a huge personal success for Tabatabai. And also Vincent Kmart just beat Lenier Dominguez, and now he will face his opponent in the Shahir Mamediro in tiebreakers. Once again, let's bring our candidates, last 2 candidates on the screen. Richard Rufford and Hikaru Nakamura qualified to the big event which will come this summer in June in Madrid, and we're very much looking forward to the event. And well, yeah, Robert, this is the end for today.
It is. It's the end for today. The Grand Prix does continue tomorrow with the tie breaks. Maybe it's a little less exciting, but tie-break chess is always fun with rapid time controls and then perhaps Blitz and Armageddon. But Ketty, it's been so fun covering the action with you. I do want to give a genuine thanks to all the viewers. And we've talked about Hikaru Nakamura being a big streamer. The more people that watch chess, the greater it is to spread the game to everyone across the world. It is a game for everybody. So thank you so much for continuing to tune in and watch all of these events, whether they be speed chess, classical tournaments, rapid. I do genuinely appreciate it. So, Ketty, I'll give you the final word, but I just wanted to express my thanks to everyone, and that includes the players.
Thank you so much, Robert. You said everything, and thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to work with you. I learned a lot of chess ideas. I'm gonna play chess tournament soon, and I hope to use that in my own games. I learned much from this event, and big thanks to you. It's an honor to work with you, and also big thanks to chess.com team put this project together and the show, and to our producer to be magical to make it work. And also it's time to say goodbye now, but the tournament is not over. We're coming back tomorrow for the tiebreakers. It's a lot of fun, but for today it's time to say bye from me and from Robert.
It's game 6, it's day 6 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. What will the world champion do with his third chance with the white pieces?
He's not recalling.
He's studying.
He's studying.
I like that.
And that's important because Magnus caught him off guard. He's trying to figure out this position. And just because he didn't take the pawn and he didn't develop, doesn't mean that the rest of the game is easy for him.
Like, from the way he's acting, his body language, and the fact that he was playing very rapidly, and now he's stopping to think, it looks like knight c6 was a bit of a surprise, but I don't understand how it can be a surprise.
I don't know. The way he's played this game so far.
This really has been the most impressive game Jan has played.
Magnus moves the queen up. Game on, ladies and gentlemen. We have action in game 6, not bishop b4.
What did they have in mind? It was bishop b4 was such a natural move. I'm kind of puzzled.
Jan is trying to keep this confusing for Magnus with these moves. Wait, what just happened?
Knight e4.
Knight f4. Oh, knight c5.
Oh, no, this could be trouble.
Jan is blowing this position here with no time. Now,
Well, like queen b4.
Look, knight e4. Because if you take the knight, you lose the bishop.
Magnus Carlsen has reached time control. Jan Nepomniachtchi has one more move to make or he loses on time.
Queen b3.
Oh my gosh.
Jan is defending this endgame.
Jan is defending this endgame incredibly well. I think that this is, frankly, if Jan holds this, it might be as telling in regards to what we'll be talking about in the World Championship as anything else, because this is the test. We have broken history here in the 2021 World Chess Championship because the move rook to d2 officially makes this game the longest game in World Chess Championship history.
Black has to be careful.
This is going to be so hard for Jan to hold because he's just going to keep pushing this.
I think that's just winning because you can no longer check that king anymore.
I expect Jan Nepomniachtchi to throw in the towel in this position.
That's the way it is. As I said, it shouldn't be easy in a World Championship match. You have to try for every chance, no matter how small it is.